That car, that 1912 Renault Type CB Coupe de Ville that is featured in James Cameron's 1997 Titanic film, really was on the Titanic. It wasn't just placed there so that Frozen Jack could get it on. In real life, it was the only car listed on Titanic's cargo manifest, and there has been so much talk about this car and whether or not it can be found. Can it operate if it is found? Well, I'm here to tell you that the real story isn't about that car. It's about the couple who owned that car. The man's name was William E. Carter. He was from Bryn Mawr, Pennsylvania, and he was rich. He didn't work hard for his money. He was born into it. And it seemed like a lot of good things came easily to him. One of those good things was his wife. Her name was Lucille. She was said to have been one of the most beautiful women in her native Baltimore, really among all of the society women of her day. And lucky old William snatched her up and was able to call Lucille his own. She was traveling on the Titanic with William, and so were their 2 children. Now, the entire family made it safely off of the Titanic. They were all rescued. And in the immediate days following the disaster, both William and his wife were heralded as heroes in the press for the brave actions that they took after the Titanic hit the iceberg. And if that was the entire truth about their story, I wouldn't be talking about it here, because that's boring as hell. That's just history. But this is hot mess history, where we dig into the dirty side of history, the stuff that they don't typically put in people's obituaries. You know, the whole, so-and-so was a great man. Yeah, not on our watch. Today, we're going to take a look at the story of a Titanic family who traveled first class. They had a lot of money, but were led by someone who didn't seem to have a lot of morals. This is the story of the wealthy and well-connected William E. Carter and the lovely Lucille, and the real truth about what happened to them on the Titanic and after the Titanic. This is a story that proves that having it all isn't always all that it's cracked up to be, and that even though we get the story straight from the horse's mouth, that doesn't necessarily mean that it's the truth. You're about to hear a first-hand account of one couple's heroic actions, a story that was printed and read all over the world that turned out to be only partially true, and boy oh boy were there some consequences to pay for the parts that were lies. Let's get into it. But first, if you like these videos about the most scandalous people from yesteryear who make Ty's Hot Mess History a time capsule for the culture, subscribe and hit the notification bell so that you can know every time that I upload content. And please hit that thumbs up to support this video for free. Whether you are watching or listening, thank you for letting me be a part of your day. Now, on to why you are here. When William E. Carter and Lucille Stewart Polk got married in Baltimore in 1896, as far as anyone would have guessed, they had a bright future ahead of themselves. It was a big, beautiful high society wedding at Franklin Street Presbyterian Church. Some of the most affluent people from Philadelphia, Washington, D.C., New York City, and of course Baltimore were in attendance. William had inherited a massive fortune from his father's coal and iron business, so the newlyweds didn't have to worry about money. And that's half of the battle with marriage, right? Financial problems are one of the leading causes of divorce. But money was not a problem for the Carters, because not only did William come into the union with his daddy's money, Lucille had a little bit of family money too. And by little, I mean a lot. Speaking of, let me tell you a little bit of background information on our characters in today's story. Ladies first. Lucille Stewart Polk was born on October 8, 1875. Her mother was Louisa Ellen. I wasn't able to find out a lot about her, except that she was from Kentucky, and she gave birth to 2 other children besides Lucille. Lucille was her middle child. Louisa Ellen had 3 children in 5-year intervals. A son named Anderson in 1870, then Lucille in 1875, then another son named David in 1880. It can be very difficult to find information on women from so long ago. Their significance in that period came from being married and their attachment to men. So I can't say that I'm surprised that I was quickly able to learn when she was married and how many children she had. Lucille's father, on the other hand, has a bigger historical footprint. His name was William Stewart Polk. He was born in Washington, D.C. in 1827. In his early teen years, his family moved to Baltimore, and he started working as a clerk for a shipping company as soon as he landed in the city. When he was 26, he joined the Navy and worked as a paymaster, basically performing payroll tasks for the Navy. From there, he received an appointment to the Virginia Military Institute. When the Civil War broke out in America, he served in the South. After the Confederacy lost the war, he returned to Baltimore. By 1866, he was working in the insurance field as an underwriter for John S. Selby and Company. In a very short time, he became a partner at the insurance brokerage firm. Then he married Lucille's mother in 1869. And one more thing about Lucille's father that helped to add some credibility to her standing in society. He was a descendant of the 11th President of the United States, President James K. Polk. So, through her father's bloodline, Lucille was a great-great-grandniece of President Polk. This piece of trivia was thrown into several articles about Lucille throughout her life. She was often noted as being from a wealthy Baltimore family and a descendant of President Polk. So there she was, a girl from a good, solid, rich, and well-connected family. What more could a girl need or want to get along in society? Well, Lucille had one more thing that worked out in her favor, and it's that she was said to have been strikingly beautiful. If there's one thing that was mentioned more than her blood relation to the former president, it was that she was really pretty. She was noted as being one of the most beautiful blondes of society and having a really great figure. Her beauty was written about so often that it seemed to be a statement of fact and not an opinion. Lucille's name was always in the society pages. One of her earliest newspaper mentions was in 1894, when she attended a society cotillion, an event that would have given her and her fellow participants a chance to display their etiquette and social dance skills. It seems like she would have been everything that a guy like William Carter could have ever hoped for. Speaking of William, let's get into a little bit of his family history. His mother was Cordelia Miranda Reddington, and, as is usually the case, there wasn't much available for me to learn about her beyond the facts that she was born in Vermont in 1846, she was the second wife of William's father, and she had 4 children, including William. He was the only boy. One of the 3 girls, whose name was Grace, died after only 2 short months of life. William's father was William Thornton Carter. He was born in England in 1827. When he was a young man, he married his first wife, Jane, in 1854. They had 2 children together, a girl named Annie in 1855, then a boy named Charles in 1858. 6 years after that, tragedy struck the family when his wife, Jane, died in 1864. Following his wife's death, later the same year, William Carter migrated to the United States. He made a name and a fortune for himself in the mining industry. Then, 4 years after arriving to the States, in 1868, William Thornton Carter married William Ernest Carter's mother. William Ernest is a topic of today's story. He's the one who traveled on the Titanic. He was born from this union on June 19, 1875, in Philadelphia. And just to be clear before we go forward, even though William, who is the main subject of today, is named after his father, I never saw that he was named or referred to as William II. That will matter a little later on. The father, William Thornton, went on to become an iron and coal baron, owning and operating mines in Carbon County, Pennsylvania. He amassed a fortune large enough to ensure that his next few generations could live quite comfortably. And that is exactly what happened. when William Thornton Carter died suddenly in 1893. Our subject, William Ernest Carter, inherited a huge sum from his father's estate and then was set for life. So I want to make it clear that from this point forward, I am on to the main characters of the story. When you hear me say William or William Carter, I'm not talking about the father who made a fortune and passed away in 1893. The William of our story attended the University of Pennsylvania, where he was a member of Delta Psi fraternity, and he would have graduated in 1896. But college was too boring for William, so he dropped out and pursued polo and hunting instead. While his family didn't get to celebrate his graduation in 1896 as they had planned, William gave them another milestone to celebrate: his marriage to the beautiful and highly sought-after Lucille Polk. The couple had met the year before, in the summer of 1895, and it was love at first sight. By the fall, their engagement announcement was public. Then they held an extravagant society wedding in January of 1896. William now had a wife, and he would soon have a family for which he'd have to provide. But he didn't have a career. But he didn't need one. The same year that he got married, he also turned 21 and was able to get his hands on the money that his father had left him. Now, it seems like there are two kinds of people who inherit massive family fortunes. One kind does everything that he or she can to increase the family wealth, whether it's working in the family business or forging his own path, but the point always being to keep the wealth flowing for the next generations. Well, William was the other kind, that kind who focused more on spending money than earning it. He didn't work in the family business or any other business for any long period of time, but he really didn't have to. He did a little work as a stockbroker, but William's adult life was dedicated to his sporting endeavors, his social clubs, and his family, seemingly in that order. You'll understand what I mean by that in just a moment. For now, I'll put it this way. William's loved ones and friends called him Willie. Before our story ends, his beautiful wife will be calling him William, as well as some other names under her breath, I'm sure. But like most romances, the Carters started off splendidly. Let me share with you a few details from their fairy tale wedding, as they were written in an 1896 edition of the Philadelphia Inquirer. Quote, "The floral decorations of the church were the finest seen here this season. Garlands of lilies and roses halfway up the aisle separated the members of the families and special guests from those only invited to the church ceremony. The bride, who for 3 seasons has been considered one of the most beautiful girls in Baltimore society circles, looked lovelier than ever in her gown of heavy white satin. A feature of the breakfast was a large silver loving cup, which was one of the groom's presents to his bride, and which went the rounds, the health of the bride and groom being drunk in bumpers of champagne. This afternoon, Mr. and Mrs. Carter left for Rosemont, the groom's country seat near Philadelphia, where the first 2 weeks of the honeymoon will be spent, after which they will go to St. Augustine, Florida, to remain until next spring. Next summer, they propose enjoying a coaching tour through England." End quote. So you see that they had a honeymoon that lasted for half the year. When you don't have to work, you can do that. Life was pretty easy for the Carters. Getting back to real life after their honeymoon meant that William would make his rounds in his clubs, the Bryn Mawr Benedict's Polo Club, the Philadelphia Country Club, the St. Anthony Club, the Pennsylvania Society Sons of the Revolution, and the Radnor Hunt. That's why they called him a club man, because of all of his exclusive club memberships. And Lucille was pretty much doing the same thing as William, only, of course, her clubs were made up of society women. The couple moved from their first home on Rittenhouse Square to their country residence in Bryn Mawr. It was called Gwedna, and Lucille would host fabulous dinners and receptions there. She was good at putting on a party, and her hosting skills made the Carters a big part of the in crowd in their society set. The biggest names from the busiest cities would often come and sit at their dinner table. These parties kept William and Lucille Carter's names in the same rotation as the Vanderbilts and the Astors in the society pages of the newspapers of their day. Being a beautiful wife and an amazing hostess, dressing exquisitely, and being a mother was Lucille's entire life. She became a mother in 1897, the year after they got married. The Carters' first child was a girl who was named after her mother. She was also Lucille Polk Carter. Then 3 years later, in 1900, they had a boy. He was named after his father. He was William Carter II. And these are the four who sailed on the Titanic: Mother Lucille and Daughter Lucille, Father William and Son William. Now, very quickly, the year before the Carter family boarded the Titanic, Lucille was in a bit of a scandal. From the time that she was a debutante in Baltimore, her stunning fashion choices were written about in the newspapers. And in 1911, one of her outfits was causing quite a stir. It was written that she was at the Bellevue Stratford Hotel wearing silk green tights. Now, I admit that I am not a fashion historian. I don't know exactly what that means or why anyone would have cared, but it was a big deal to those people in 1911. I'm imagining pale tights like the pink ones that are worn for ballet, only these would have been green. But I don't know what else she was wearing with them. Maybe she was only wearing the tights and nothing else. If that were the case, I would completely understand the scandal. But thankfully for Lucille, she was able to prove her innocence to the fashion police because she wasn't even in Philadelphia when that nasty green tights rumor got started. As the Evening Sun reported, the Carters were in England where they had taken a house and would not return to the States until later that year. And besides, Lucille Carter didn't even own a pair of silk green tights. So there. Anyway, let's get the family on the Titanic now. The year that Titanic made its maiden and final voyage was 1912. The Carter children were adolescents. Their daughter Lucille was 14. William II was 12. The family had been living in Europe since 1907, and every year they would return to the United States to live in their mansions in Philadelphia and Newport during the spring and summer months. In 1912, their original plan was to return to America on the 3rd of April. They had made reservations to travel on the Olympic. The Olympic was owned by White Star Line, the same company that owned the Titanic. The Olympic was a sister ship of the Titanic. And the Carters made a last-minute decision to ditch the Olympic for the newer and larger and more luxurious Titanic. This change in vessels also changed their travel date from April 3rd to April 10th. William and Lucille Carter's names were such a fixture in the society set that their return trip to the United States was written about in the newspapers. And then, on April 10th, the two Williams and the two Lucilles boarded the Titanic at Southampton as first-class passengers, of course. They held ticket number 113760, which gave them access to cabins B-96 and B-98 for as long as the Titanic stayed afloat. But there was more than just the four of them and their luggage. There was also Mrs. Carter's lady's maid, Augusta, Mr. Carter's manservant, Alexander, the family's two dogs, an Airedale Terrier and a Pekingese Spaniel, and the Carters' chauffeur, Augustus Aldworth. After all, somebody would have had to drive that brand new Renault after they got off the ship. Augusta, the lady's maid, and Alexander, the valet, or valet, depending on how you pronounce it in your part of the world, the manservant, had a separate ticket, number 113798. It was for the first-class cabin that the two shared, cabin B-86. Perhaps the Carters purchased a first-class cabin for their two most intimate servants because they were generous employers, but it's more likely that the purchase was made out of convenience. Their servants would have dressed them several times a day, and it would have been rather bothersome for the Carters to have to wait for their helpers to make the trek from second class up to first class every time they were needed. I'm also of the mind that the valet and lady's maid got their first-class tickets out of convenience more so than generosity, since their chauffeur, Augustus, was booked in second class, and he would not have been needed until the ship reached its final destination. That's 3 first-class cabins, 1 second-class cabin, boarding for 2 dogs, and the shipping of his new automobile. Mr. Carter likely paid at least $7,500 for that trip. Adjusted for inflation, that's over $240,000 today in 2024. So here's what we know about their voyage. Titanic left Southampton on April 10th, shortly after noon, to start her maiden voyage. Everyone on board was looking forward to the trip of a lifetime. Well, everyone minus a few skeptical and religious passengers who had an issue with the Titanic being billed as an unsinkable ship. A number of people felt that calling it unsinkable was a way of saying that man was better than God, that the science of men could compete against the forces of God and win. But with the exception of those people, the general atmosphere was one of merriment and excitement. Upon entering the ship of dreams, the Carters and other first-class travelers found themselves in a large reception room. While those fortunate enough to hold first-class tickets were no strangers to luxury, Titanic's stunning features were like nothing that any of them had ever seen at sea. Everything about first class on the Titanic made a statement, and the statement was that Titanic's first class was superior to all other first-class travel. From the reception room, the Carters would have been escorted to their cabins and spent a little time resting and freshening up before dinner service. Meanwhile, Titanic was sailing along to Cherbourg, France, to pick up the rest of its passengers for the transatlantic trip. And at 6:35 p.m., those passengers boarded from the French port. Among them were the unsinkable Molly Brown and Titanic's richest passenger, John Jacob Astor, and his new wife, the very young and very pregnant Madeline Astor. After dinner and a good night of rest on the 10th, it's safe to say that for the next 3 days on the ship, the Carter family and their fellow first-class travelers spent their hours doing a mix of these activities. For the ladies, one of the most time-consuming activities would have been changing clothes. A well-to-do woman would have dressed 5 times in a 24-hour cycle. Lucille Carter would wake up every morning, and always with the assistance of her lady's maid, Augusta, bathe, have her hair styled, and then change into her breakfast dress. William Carter would have had help from his manservant or valet, and I'm going to refer to him as the valet for the remainder of this story. Every morning his valet would dress him in his day suit, which was a smart-looking 3-piece suit. In these outfits, the Carters and other first-class couples would have breakfast and get in a little socializing in the mornings. From there, the next official order of the day began with a bugle call that went out for lunch. I know that a lot of us who enjoy this side of history are fans of Downton Abbey, and we can think of the bugle call as the same concept of the dressing gong that would sound, letting the servants and members of the family know that it was time to dress before a meal. I see when I'm reading the comments that you all often suggest period dramas for me to watch. What are some of your favorites? Tell me in the comments section. I really enjoy The Tudors, Downton Abbey, and The Gilded Age, just to name a few. Back to lunch on the Titanic, though. First-class passengers had a few options on where they could have their meals. The spacious dining saloon was one of them. Then there was the Café Parisien and the a la carte restaurant. Those 2 restaurants served the same menu, but if the passengers wanted a different atmosphere, they could switch up where they ate. If they wanted to feel like they were in Paris, they needed the Parisien. It was designed as a replica of a Parisian sidewalk cafe. It was decorated in trellis work, which gave it an open, airy feeling. The a la carte restaurant was decorated in Louis XVI style. It was carpeted with crystal lighting and had a really intimate feel. Most of the tables there were set for only 2. It was referred to as the Ritz, an appreciation for the fact that it reminded the passengers of dining at the Ritz hotels. which was the ultimate mark of luxury at the time. And I think that it's great to have choices like that when you're on a ship, because it can start to feel like the same day over and over when you're stuck on a vessel. Passengers could have had lunch or any meal at the a la carte restaurant or the Parisian cafe, but it would cost an extra fee, as those two restaurants were not included in the price of their tickets. In addition to the upgraded decor in those two restaurants, another perk was that they were both open continuously from 8 a.m. until 11 p.m., unlike the large dining saloon that was included in the price of their tickets, which closed for hours after each service. And there's no doubt that William Carter could have paid the extra money for his family to dine at either the Parisian or the a la carte restaurants. But it's not like the dining saloon on the Titanic was a shabby place to dine. It was a much larger space with seating for 554 people, decorated in wooden paneling that was painted white. The floors were covered in blue linoleum tiles that featured an elaborate yellow and red pattern. The portholes on the dining saloon were covered in a way that gave the passengers the illusion that they were dining at a restaurant on shore rather than at sea. When the ship's bugler, Percy Fletcher, played the roast beef of Old England at 1:00 p.m., Lucille Carter and the other first-class ladies would be seated shortly after, wearing their fine day dresses. Only a couple of hours after lunch, the ladies of first class would have to change clothes yet again, this time for tea service, and of course that meant changing into their tea dresses. Yes, there were dresses made for drinking tea, because your husband had a lot of money and you needed to spend it on something. Afternoon tea was from 3 to 5 p.m. It could be enjoyed in all of the dining spaces that I already mentioned, as well as the reception room. Those who had tea there would get the extra bonus of live music because the orchestra played in the reception room for afternoon tea. And the tea service was mostly about the women. Those participating could have finger sandwiches, soups, samosas, and of course, tea. But one of the main things on the menu for tea service was gossip. This was a time for ladies in first class to talk about how many wealthy men were spending their money on mistresses. I can imagine Lucille Carter cutting her eyes at Benjamin Guggenheim's mistress, who he had been flaunting in front of everyone for those few days. It's not lost on me that in modern times, a lot of people call gossip tea, and those two things went hand in hand in 1912. I'm sure that afternoon tea was entertaining for all of the ladies, especially the ones who weren't the subjects of the whispers and rumors. But the dinner service was the real show on the Titanic in first class. The bugle call went out an hour and a half before service. Starting at 6, there were pre-dinner drinks and another opportunity for conversation. Every night was a fashion show. The men would show up decked out in their finest white tie, and for the ladies who had been dressing fashionably all day, they saved their best for last. For dinner, they wore gowns, jewels, and sometimes even tiaras. If your husband was truly rich, this was your time to show it off. And this, fashion, was an area where Lucille Carter had sparkled her whole life. Her outfits and magnificent figure had been written about in society pages for years before she boarded the Titanic, and William Carter would have been proud to show her off. Years after getting married and having 2 children, she was still talked about for her remarkable beauty, stunning figure, and phenomenal sense of fashion. The first course was served at 7 o'clock, and for first-class passengers, dinner was no less than 10 courses. It could be from 10 to 13 courses depending on the night. So it's not surprising that the last meal of the day ran until after 11 p.m. Then after eating roughly a dozen courses of delicious cuisine, the ladies, like Lucille Carter, would stay at their tables and chat some more before retiring to bed. They'd have their final clothing change of the day, as their ladies' maids helped them change into their sleeping gowns. The gentlemen would leave their dinner tables and proceed to the smoking room. This was the only room on the Titanic that had a real working fireplace. There were a number of fake fireplaces in some of the shared amenity spaces and some first-class cabins, but they were just there for the sake of appearance. In the smoking room, the first-class gentlemen ended their nights with brandy, cigars, conversations, cards, and gambling. There's a reason why women didn't go in there with them. Some of the ladies would have been raising hell if they could have witnessed their husbands gambling away their fortunes. This whole meal itinerary, plus making use of amenities like the Titanic's gymnasium, squash court, lounge, library, reading and writing room, and spacious promenade deck for walking or playing shuffleboard, chess, or dominoes, would have given the first-class men and women a full day of activities. And if they wanted to partake in a little extra self-care, they could also have taken advantage of the ship's Turkish bath, steam room, or private massage room for an extra fee of $1, about $32 in today's money, and we know that William Carter would not have had any problem paying that fee. Now, those were the typical days on the Titanic, but now we need to get into April 14th, the final day on the Ship of Dreams. That was an atypical day in more ways than one. On that morning, the dining saloon served a different purpose. In addition to serving food, it doubled as a place of worship. You see, the 14th was a Sunday, so first-class passengers were given an Anglican church service officiated by the ship's captain, Edward J. Smith. The service started sometime around 10:30 or 11 a.m., depending on which source you read. And don't worry, second and third-class passengers were allowed to attend church services too, just not in first class. There were clergymen traveling in second and third class who led services for those passengers, Father Thomas Biles and Father Perushitz. As a matter of fact, in third class, there had been a daily Catholic Mass which was attended by a number of the passengers, as there were many Catholics in second and third classes. Father Thomas Biles spoke English, Irish, and French. He said Mass for both second and third class on the morning of the last day at sea, and Father Pershewitz had given Mass every day for second and third class travelers in German and Hungarian. After worship services, activities on the ship went back to business as usual. Then, at dinner time in the a la carte restaurant, a few select members of the first-class passengers were treated to a special dinner. William and Lucille Carter were in that number. It was a dinner held in honor of Captain Smith, and it was hosted by the Wideners, George and Eleanor. George Widener was an extremely wealthy streetcar magnate who was on the Titanic, returning home to Pennsylvania. He had been in Paris looking for a new chef for the new hotel that he owned, the Ritz-Carlton in Philadelphia. In addition to the Carters, Mr. and Mrs. John B. Thayer, Major Archibald Butt, and the Widener's eldest son Harry joined the table for the captain's dinner. As we know, dinner on the Titanic was quite the affair and was known to last past 11 p.m. The night of the 14th was no exception. After their meal, the gentlemen excused themselves from the table and left to go to the smoking room. Lucille Carter and the other ladies would have sat at the table and likely had a conversation on where they would meet for breakfast or tea the next day on the ship. But there wouldn't be a next day on the ship. After finishing their talk at the dinner table, the ladies made their way up that grand staircase, back to their cabins to have their ladies' maids change them for the last time of the day, and then retire to bed and off to their sweet dreams. But on the night of the 14th, those dreams would be cut short, and everyone on that ship who was asleep would wake up to a real-life nightmare. So let's get into what happened to the Carter family, William and William, Lucille and Lucille, during the sinking of the Titanic. Mrs. Lucille was tucked into her bed and asleep when the Titanic struck the iceberg at 11:40 p.m. Shortly after the impact, she was awakened by her husband, who quickly escorted his wife and their 2 children to lifeboat number 4. And just so you know, I'm giving you this story straight from Lucille's own words as she told her account to the Baltimore Sun newspaper on Friday, April 19th, 1912, just days after the disaster. So, from this point, I'm reading her words, or the words of the news writer, until I tell you that we're back to my words. As I'm reading it to you, know that it's not completely in the order that the story was written, but I'm presenting those original words to you in a manner that's pretty close to the chronological order of events. I'm sure that we can imagine that Lucille's nerves would have been frazzled at the time that she spoke to the press, and so her thoughts were probably skipping all over the place, and so was her story. And also because of that, neither will I tell you this complete story, because Lucille also spoke about other passengers that don't have anything to do with the essence of our story today. People like John Jacob Astor, his wife Madeline, and other first-class passengers and crew members. I have published a number of Titanic passenger scandals on this channel, and generally, from the time that the ship struck the iceberg until the passengers were rescued by the Carpathia, the details that I share in my videos are based on the timeline that was figured out by the general consensus after the two inquiries into the Titanic disaster, one held in New York City and the other in London. But I'm going to abandon most of that for this video as we get into this first-hand account from Lucille Carter. Even if her timeline isn't perfect, having her story gives us a really unique opportunity to hear the recollection of a survivor. In my opinion, it kind of takes us back to that moment as if we were reading the newspaper on April the 19th, 1912, and wondering exactly what we're going to learn. Just know that before this story wraps up, you'll understand another reason why Lucille's memory of the events might have been really scattered and not so correct when she talked to the press. So, I'm now quoting excerpts from, but out of sequence, this story from the Baltimore Sun called Women Pull Oars. Mrs. William E. Carter tells of terrible experience after wreck. Quote, "We had a pleasant voyage from England. The ship behaved splendidly, and we did not anticipate any trouble at all. I had retired on Sunday night an hour before we struck the iceberg. The men were in the cabin smoking. Most of them were in the smoking room when the ship hit. The first I knew of the accident was a tremendous thump, which nearly threw me out of my berth. I realized that something must have happened, and feared that it was a bad accident. A moment later, my husband came down to the stateroom and told me that we had struck an iceberg. There was no confusion. I dressed myself hurriedly and went out on deck with my children. The ship was badly damaged. The officers thought at first that she would not sink, and we were told to be calm. But it was not too long before we knew that the ship would not long stand the strain of the water, which was pouring into the bow and bearing the ship down in her forward part. Then came the time that we knew that it must either be the lifeboats or stay on the ship and sink with her. The seamen began to lower away the lifeboats. One after another, they released whatever machinery held them, and they dropped into the ocean. There was ice all about us, and the night being comparatively clear, we could see the floes all around us when we peered down over the side of the ship. When the boats had been lowered, then it was that time of parting came. There was no excitement. Every one of the men whose wives or women folk were with them took them to the side of the ship, where a lifeboat was waiting, and kissed them before they took them over the side. I kissed my husband goodbye, and as he stood on the deck, I went down the side to a lifeboat. There were no seamen there. It was life or death. I took an oar and started to row. Mrs. Astor was in my boat. The colonel took her to the side and kissed her and saw her over. Then she came into our boat. When I went over the side with my children and got in the boat, there were no seamen in it. Then came a few men, but there were oars, with no one to use them. The boat had been filled with passengers, and there was nothing else for me to do but to take an oar. We could now see that the time of the ship had come. She was sinking quickly, and we were warned by cries from the men above to pull away from the ship quickly. Mrs. Thayer, wife of the vice president of the Pennsylvania Railroad, was in my boat, and she, too, took an oar. It was cold, and we had not time to clothe ourselves with warm overcoats. The rowing warmed me. We started to pull away from the ship. We could see the dim outlines of the decks above, but we could not recognize anybody. We had pulled our lifeboat away from the Titanic for a distance of about a city block. That is about all, I should say, when the Titanic seemed to shake to pieces. The ship had struck about 14 minutes to 12. It was just 10 minutes past when I saw her lunge. She had exploded. There was a rumbling noise within her. Then she gave a lurch and started to go down. We realized what it meant, that the sinking ship would suck us under with her. It was a moment later that the suction struck us. It was all we could do to keep from being sucked down. So strong was the drag that followed the Titanic. After 10 minutes past 1 o'clock, there was a sudden explosion, and the giant hulk of the ship blew up, rearing up in the water like a spurred horse, and then sinking beneath the waves. But we pulled away at last, after straining as hard as we could at the oars. Then we were alone in the boat, and it seemed darker. We remained in the boat all night, waiting for daylight to come. It came at last, and when it broke over the sea, we saw ice floes all about us. It was about 8:30 o'clock when the Carpathia came into sight. I can't tell how I felt when I saw her. I had believed that my husband had gone down on the ship. It wasn't until after we were taken over the side of the Carpathia that I saw him. Mr. Carter had been compelled to take an oar in a lifeboat that was not sufficiently manned. That is how he came to be saved. All of the men waited for the women to go first. Mr. Carter was among this number. When he put me into a lifeboat, he stayed back, and I thought that when I saw the ship blow up and sink, that he had gone down with her. But Mr. Carter had the same experience as did Mr. Ismay. Now this is the reporter asking, "Did you experience any discomfort while you were in the boat?" And Lucille replies, "No, no other than usual." Now the reporter writes, Mrs. Carter was not inclined to talk at all. It was only after repeated questions that she gave the details, speaking in brief sentences which betrayed her nervousness. Mr. Carter would not talk of the disaster at all, and Mrs. Carter said that she did not wish him to be disturbed. Now it's back to Lucille. "I can't say anything other than that the men aboard the ship behaved so bravely that no one can make any criticism. I don't think that there should be any investigation of the disaster. I don't think it deserves any. It was an accident, pure and simple. Officers of the ship could not see the iceberg, and we struck it so hard that the boat could not withstand the shock." Now this is the reporter again. While Mrs. Carter is still suffering from the shock of the disaster, the agony of the few hours when she believed that her husband had plunged down with the Titanic, when the liner reared and pitched into the sea, and the stress of the days of returning to land, she is expected to recover in a few days. Mr. Carter was cheerful from the time that he stepped off the ship at the dock, and he met those who had come to greet his party with a quiet smile. He was frankly glad to be alive, but most of all that his family had escaped, and that he had been reunited with them. End quote. Thank you for watching the story of this brave family. I'll see you on the next video. Just kidding. I know that you know me better than that. If this story were the whole truth, I wouldn't be telling it here, because that would be so boring. Luckily for us, a lot of this story that Lucille told is a bunch of baloney. Now we're at the part where we rip someone to shreds. That is why this channel is called Hot Mess History. You see, I learned about this couple the same way that I learned about a lot of the people who were on Titanic, after seeing their names on a survivors list. I just did a little digging into the Carters, and I saw that they were divorced just 2 years after the sinking of the Titanic. So of course I thought, you see a family survive a disaster like this, then you think that they can make it through anything. So why did Lucille file for a divorce from William 2 years after they survived the sinking of the Titanic? We're about to get there. First, I want to share with you what the Baltimore Sun writer had to say about Lucille. He was blown away by the composure that she displayed while retelling the horrific events of that late night and early morning. Here's what he wrote, quote, Mrs. Carter probably did not realize that she was one of the first to give the exact manner in which the boat went down. When she told how the ship struck at 11:46 o'clock Sunday night, how the women and children and the few men who manned the oars pulled away, how 20 minutes later at 1:10 the giant Titanic exploded with a roar and a crash and took all on board to the bottom, how the powerful suction of the sinking vessel drew the boat in which she, with Mrs. John B. Thayer, was pulling an oar with 2 men and forced them to pull for their lives to escape the maelstrom. When she spoke of how she, in common with the other women, kissed their husband goodbye and did not know until afterward that he had got into another boat. All through this recital, which would move the average woman to tears and blanch the cheeks of men, she was as cool as if she had been merely describing one of the ordinary daily events of her life. End quote. My, how could Lucille remain so calm, discussing all of those brave men, like her husband, who got their families safely secured away in lifeboats, sending them off with kisses, and then going off to rescue even more women and children? It's almost as if she was detached from the story, like she was telling someone else's story. And poor William, he didn't have the heart to say anything at all. That would have been so odd for a woman, a lady, to have experienced every bit of horror that her husband did. But she was the one who was composed enough to talk to the press while he was shocked into silence? What kind of man is that? Remember this part from her story, quote, Mr. Carter would not talk of the disaster at all, and Mrs. Carter said that she did not wish him to be disturbed, end quote. Well, here's why she did all the talking. Because apparently he was a bad liar and wouldn't have been able to tell the press with a straight face just what a coward he was. We already know that this couple got divorced, so we're going to jump forward a few years to 1915 so that we can know why Lucille left William Carter, and yes, part of the reason, a big part of the reason, has to do with what happened on the night the Titanic struck an iceberg. We'll get into other reasons later, but check out this headline from the Baltimore Sun dated January 21st, 1915. Said Carter was cruel. Former Lucille Polk's divorce testimony partly revealed he left her aboard Titanic. Yes, so that whole story about how William came into their cabin, woke up Lucille to tell her that the ship hit an iceberg, then escorted her and the children to a lifeboat and gave her a kiss before being lowered off the ship into her lifeboat. That story was all a bunch of hooey, balderdash, malarkey. Pardon my language. Now let me tell you what really happened that night. The Carters attended a dinner at the a la carte restaurant held in honor of the ship's captain. True. After the dinner, Lucille went to her cabin to go to bed, and William went to the smoking room with the other gentlemen. True. The Titanic struck an iceberg at 11:40 p.m. Of course, true. William woke up Lucille saying, "Honey, get up, dear. The ship is about to go down, and I need to be sure that you and my children are safe. Let's get you to a lifeboat." Then he did just that and kissed her goodbye with an uncertainty of ever seeing her again. False. According to the story that William and Lucille made up for public consumption, John Jacob Astor, George Widener, and John Thayer were all with William Carter as he escorted his family to the lifeboat. It turns out that this original story that the Carters concocted was truly a convenient one, seeing as all of the men William would have come in contact with were dead and could not bear witness to his account or deny it. Remember that when Lucille was recounting her story to the reporter, she said that she didn't want an investigation into the shipwreck. It was all just an accident. Leave those men alone. They've suffered enough. Well, the truth was that William came running into his family's cabin and told his wife, and I quote, "Get up and dress yourself and the children." End quote. From that point, he took off running like Bruce Jenner to get himself to safety, never once looking back for his wife or daughter or son. Basically, everything that I have told you about Lucille's story was true, only after the part when her lifeboat was lowered. Lucille did take an oar and helped row her lifeboat to safety. She was a hero that night and early morning. She did see John Jacob Astor put his wife, Madeline, into her lifeboat and give her a kiss and wish her farewell. She saw the same for every other married woman in her boat. So it seems that she just stole that part from their stories when she made up the lie, telling the newspaper that her own husband kissed her goodbye. She was covering for her husband, who did nothing to protect her or their children on that frightful early morning. But my, oh my, in real life, I cannot imagine the thoughts that must have been going through Lucille's mind after she was hoisted up onto the rescue ship, the Carpathia, still scrambling about, trying to make sense of what she had just experienced in the hours past, and then adjusting her eyes and focusing on what, or whom, she was actually seeing. Like, wait, I know that can't be William over there. Let me explain. I want you to hear it in her words, and here they are, taken from the court record of her divorce hearing. Quote, "On April 10th, 1912, we sailed for America on the Titanic. When the Titanic struck, my husband came to our stateroom and said, 'Get up and dress yourself and the children.' I never saw him again until I arrived at the Carpathia at 8 o'clock the next morning, when I saw him lying on the rail. All he said was that he had had a jolly good breakfast, and that he never thought I would make it." End quote. Can you imagine? Lucille hadn't exactly made it in the clear just because she was on the Carpathia. She still had to maneuver for herself and her children to get everyone comfortable, get some warm clothes or at least blankets, and then some food too. Her son had been complaining about being hungry all morning long, and it just so happened that while she was walking on one of the decks that she runs into her husband, William, after he'd had a jolly good breakfast. There was no, "Oh my, thank God you were alive. I was worried about you and the children all morning long." No, instead she was met with, "Oh, you're alive." This guy, sitting in the Carpathia dining room having breakfast that morning, dripping tears into his coffee as he cried to other passengers, "She's dead. Dead, I tell you. My sweet, sweet Linda. I mean Lucille. Will you please pass me the syrup? Is that real maple? Oh, it's heavenly. Oh no, I just remembered my kids too." Somehow I will go on. "Waiter, will you please bring me some more French toast? And make sure it has a little confectioner's sugar on it. Thank you so much." And after all of that, Lucille is fumbling around, just trying to find a biscuit to throw in her son's mouth so that he'll shut up about being hungry and she can just have a moment of silence to take a deep breath and figure out the rest of her life. At this point, she's thinking that her husband is dead. Then, who does she see? Leaning over the rail, wiping crumbs off of his mouth and rubbing his stuffed belly? William. "Hello, honey. I thought that you were dead. I just had a jolly good breakfast, though." "You had a jolly good what?" "Why, I ought to give you a jolly good lump upside your head." But seriously, he didn't even think to ask her about their children when he saw her. It's just insane to me that he left behind his entire family. It would have been one thing if he and his wife had been having troubles and maybe he didn't care for her as much as he once had, and that would have been bad enough if he had left her behind but still grabbed the children. But to not even think to save his 14-year-old daughter or his 12-year-old son, just one of the kids, in my opinion, is unforgivable. I know sometimes that people say that I'm harsh and judgmental when I tell these stories, so you tell me what you think about that. I'm going to share with you a few more facts about the Carters' Titanic journey. Then I'll tell you a little bit more about the issues that were brought up in their divorce. For now, I'll just say, I don't know how they even made it to the Titanic together. This first bit is just for people who enjoy Titanic lore in general. You may know that there were stories printed saying that Captain Smith shot himself. That was one of the many rumors printed in order to sell more newspapers. Well, according to Lucille, when her lifeboat was about a block away from the Titanic, she saw the captain jump overboard, laying to rest the rumor that he ended his own life by shooting. You take that and do with it what you will. I'm just sharing what she said. We also know that news stories about the survivors were often full of misinformation. There were so many headlines stating that people survived who had actually died and vice versa. So it's no surprise that Lucille's family could only make guesses about her safety until they heard from her directly. I have a couple of quotes, one from her father on April 16th and one from her brother on April 19th. They are probably going to sound like rich people being callous and disregarding anyone who didn't have enough money for a first-class ticket. Quote, Mr. Polk, father of Mrs. Carter, said that if the passengers who were rescued from the Titanic before she went down were first-class passengers, and they presume that they were, they are reasonably sure of the safety of their daughter. End quote. That might seem cold, but that's typically how it went. Priority was given to first-class passengers, even when it came down to the matter of life and death. Then there was Lucille's brother, Anderson, who was concerned about the property of William and Lucille. After learning that his sister, brother-in-law, niece, and nephew had all survived because he went to New York to meet them when their rescue ship arrived, part of his statement for the Baltimore Sun was, quote, she and my brother-in-law lost everything they owned, including all their jewelry. End quote. Yes, they lost all of their belongings that they brought on the Titanic, including that fancy brand new Renault automobile. But you might also remember that the Carters boarded the Titanic with a few servants and 2 dogs. And with the exception of Lucille's lady's maid, Augusta, all of the other living, breathing souls that they were bringing home to the States died. I do find it odd that her brother didn't mention any of them, only their stuff. William's valet, Alexander, died. He preceded his parents in death. They were able to receive money from the Titanic Relief Fund, and we can look at that almost like a life insurance policy payout. Their chauffeur, Augustus, died as well. He was married with a child. He and his wife, Eleanor, would have celebrated their 5th wedding anniversary on March 12th, just a month before Titanic's maiden voyage. Their daughter, Alice, was 4 years old when her father passed away. Their bodies were never recovered, or if they were never claimed by their families. One interesting tidbit about the chauffeur, Augustus, is that he left all of his money to a man named Walter Farrow. This man was a toolmaker with a wife and family of his own. I don't know what kind of relationship these two fellas had, but I do find it strange that his estate didn't go to his own wife and child. And yes, whatever you right now are thinking is a possibility about that relationship, I am also thinking. Anyway, there were a total of 12 dogs that traveled on the Titanic. Only 3 survived, and neither of the Carters' dogs were in that number. For those of you who don't know, I am a huge animal lover, so it was all the more off-putting to read the comment from Lucille's brother, stating that they had lost everything they owned, including their jewelry. Not to mention that that wasn't even true. Lucille and William lost all of their material possessions that were on the ship, but they still had 3 mansions that were fully furnished. Like, give me a break. The day after Lucille's account was printed in the Baltimore Sun, April 20th, 1912, the paper printed Lucille's mother's thoughts about her daughter and her son-in-law. She was in awe of their heroism. And there's no wonder why. Of course, Lucille had to tell everyone how brave her husband had been that night. No less would have been expected of William as a gentleman. So, everyone believed her story. Here's what was printed about Lucille's mother. Quote, "Though proud of her daughter, Mrs. Polk was no less proud of her son-in-law. She was glad that he was saved, but far more proud of the undisputed fact that he, with Colonel Astor and the other heroes, parted from his wife with no hope of seeing her and the 2 children again." End quote. Well, part of that was true. William did part from his wife, with no hope of seeing her again. But the undisputed fact that he was a hero was a big, fat lie. Male chivalry was a much bigger deal in those days than it is now, and among the high society men, even more so. There was a code. All of those millionaires didn't die on the Titanic because they wanted to. They had a duty to protect the women and children, and they didn't take it lightly. In a situation where any woman or child wouldn't have had a chance to survive, it would have been expected of those men to die. That was the honorable thing to do. Trust that being a male survivor of the Titanic was not an easy task, and the men who did survive received a lot of vitriol. Even with this fake hero narrative that had been whipped up for William Carter, he still had to defend his actions. And we can only imagine how irritated and embarrassed Lucille must have been for getting praise right alongside her husband, when in fact she was the only real hero that night between the 2 of them. He hadn't done anything but abandon his family in order to fend for himself, but still, some of the people who heard his story were ready to give him a Medal of Honor. Here's a direct quote from Lucille's mother. "My daughter says that she was in the same boat with Mrs. Astor and Mrs. Thayer, and that her husband kissed her goodbye, as the other husbands had, and stood back for the boat to be lowered," Mrs. Polk said with pride. End quote. Well, your daughter lied, Mrs. Polk. And it seems that holding in that lie is eventually what led Lucille to filing for a divorce from William. Now we're going to get into the divorce record. And what we're going to see is that Lucille had a habit of not telling people just how awful William was. It seems like his cowardice displayed on the night of the Titanic disaster was just the straw that broke the camel's back. And then she finally exploded. When she opened the can of worms, she was just ready to let it all out and finally be done with him. But had Lucille really been holding in her true feelings about her husband? Well, you know the saying, you can fool some people sometimes, but you can't fool all the people all the time. Sure, she put up a good facade regarding their marriage, but when the rumors started swirling about the pending divorce, her closest society friends were not surprised. William told the press that even he was caught off guard by Lucille filing for divorce against him, and there's just no way that that's true. How do we know that? Looky here. On January 31st, 1914, the Baltimore Sun ran this story. Carter suit expected. Friends of society leaders here knew of discontent. And it has everything in it that you would expect it to have. It basically says that their friends knew that the couple seemed distant and not so friendly to each other, but especially after their Titanic trip. It also tells of one society function in which Lucille lost it and, quote, had society almost clinging to ropes. Now, this happened shortly before the Titanic trip. Lucille and William were at a horse show, and in a rather loud voice, Lucille said that she would rather leave than have a wet dish rag for her husband. Then what happened? They went on the Titanic, and William didn't even try to save her. There had definitely been trouble brewing in paradise. But this news didn't come to light until 1914. However, the Carters' relationship was still looking shabby to the people who didn't know about this wet dish rag comment at the horse show. So William tried to make people believe that he had no idea of why his wife would want to divorce him. But all of their friends saw all of this stuff going on. Right, William. Yeah, you don't know why she wants a divorce. You see, only a couple of months after the shipwreck, William got into a horrible accident while he was doing what he loved to do most, taking care of his family. Just kidding, he was playing polo. On June 8, 1912, the Daily News reported that William was thrown off of his pony, then the pony landed on top of him. Maybe the pony knew that William was okay with letting his family drown on the Titanic, but I don't want to speculate too much about the pony's actions and motives. William sustained some severe injuries, including to his brain. People thought that he was going to die. He lived, but he was never able to play polo again. And you can be sure that his recovery process was a long road, which would have made people wonder why the very next month, his wife was out at another society event and not at home taking care of her critically injured husband. Here's what the Evening Sun printed about Lucille that July. Quote, Mrs. William E. Carter of Philadelphia, formerly Miss Lucille Polk of Baltimore, is visiting Mrs. J. Gordon Douglas at her villa at Newport. Mr. Carter is recovering at their country place at Bryn Mawr, near Philadelphia, from the effects of a recent accident in playing polo. End quote. Yeah, it doesn't seem like Lucille was really worried about William's little old brain injury. She left the city, left the state, to go have some fun with her friends. You see what I mean? People around them had to have clues that this marriage was in trouble. Can you imagine Lucille's friends talking to her when she got to Newport? Lucille, I'm so glad that you made it here, but I'm surprised. We thought that you would be at home nursing William. How's he doing? We heard about his polo accident. I'm not sure. He's probably dying. Are those new gloves? They are beautiful. Look, how could we expect her to care after what he did to her on that ship, right? Leaving his family behind on the Titanic was certainly bad enough. But here's what Lucille had to say about that rascal of a husband of hers after years of pretending to the public that he had been a perfect gentleman and a wonderful husband and father. These are Lucille's complaints about William from their divorce record, and he disputed none of these. And just for fun, you tell me which one you think is the worst. There are 10. Here we go. Number 1. There was an occasion when William was torturing a grasshopper in front of Lucille in an effort to disgust and shock her. He pulled off the grasshopper's legs one by one. Lucille cried out for him to stop. When he finally did, he grabbed his horsewhip and horsewhipped Lucille as a punishment for telling him what to do. Number 2. He frequently boxed her ears, as in punched her in the ears without provocation. Number 3. He was nearly always drunk. Number 4. William once kicked Lucille in her back. My goodness. Number 5. On one occasion when the family was living in England, he stayed in bed for 2 months straight, drinking whiskey every day until he was in a maudlin condition or overly emotional state. Now, this one is a double whammy because he did it in England. We know that over there they think that emotions are vulgar. What was he thinking? How American. Hey, I'm just kidding. We love our English historians. It's just a joke and an observation. Number 6. He went with other women. That means he had multiple affairs. Ladies, take this as a warning that looks don't mean everything. You can be the most gorgeous woman within a 50-mile radius and still have a man cheat on you. And I'm only bringing that up because when it was announced that she was divorcing him, the papers were still talking about how incredibly attractive Lucille was. One headline even read, "Perfect blonde, sues for divorce." And not one of my multiple sources for this video described William as anything fascinating to see. You've seen him. Number 7. William had a habit of calling Lucille vile and disgusting names. Number 8. When the couple were on holiday in Monte Carlo, Lucille was sick when they arrived, so she went straight to her hotel room to rest. While she lay sick in bed, William stayed out all night. He returned the next morning, intoxicated. When Lucille took issue with his behavior and asked him why he didn't take care of her, he said, and this is a quote from the record, "I didn't come here to be your maid. I came here to see some of the most attractive women in the world." End quote. Well, I guess that's just one more reason why she didn't give a darn about taking care of him after his polo injury after the Titanic sank. Number 9. He was continually on the move and seldom stayed in one place more than 1 month at a time. In my opinion, this is the least severe complaint on this list, though I admit that I don't fully understand the context. I'm thinking that was a complaint because it would have complicated schooling for their children, as in perhaps they had to keep taking them out of and enrolling them into new schools whenever William wanted to move. I'm just not certain. Tell me what you think. I could be overlooking something more serious. And number 10. This one actually seems like it could be an extension of number 9, like a 9B. When the family was on their stints living in Philadelphia, William often absented himself for a month at a time, telling Lucille he was going on a hunting trip or to play a polo match, which would mean that he would return later that day, or possibly be gone for a few days at most. Well, instead of leaving for his polo match, he would go to England. Yeah, not right around the corner from Philadelphia. But there were other times that he was at least honest with Lucille and bold enough to tell her that he was leaving and going away to Germany for weeks or months at a time to have drinks, leaving her alone with their children. She said that this happened a lot in 1907 and 1908, so he was leaving her at home alone when their children were very young. Sure, she would have had a staff of servants, but I can only guess that those must have been difficult times for Lucille, especially knowing that her husband was a cheating alcoholic. There's no telling what kinds of thoughts were running through her mind about what her husband was out doing. Well, that's our list of complaints. It's pretty short. Why would she ever want to leave such a great guy? Of course, I'm kidding. He deserved a punch in the nose, at the very least, for all of the emotional and physical abuse he put her through. Well, William was soon going to learn that even though he didn't appreciate his wife, other men would. And at least one other one truly did. And William was also going to learn that for him, being a man who was a known coward who had left his family to die on the Titanic, that would make it pretty hard for him to attract the hot babes he wanted. Because women generally liked guys who wouldn't leave them behind to die in an emergency situation. Needless to say, Lucille Carter got her divorce, and only months later, in August of 1914, the beautiful blonde was married to yet another rich gentleman, George Seabrook, also of Philadelphia. Like her ex-husband, George was a millionaire society man. His money came from the banking and steel manufacturing industries. George was a friend of another man who had been a friend to both William and Lucille, and this friend of the Carters introduced Lucille to the new guy. George and Lucille had planned on getting married at the end of 1915, but the start of World War I hastened their plans. In case you're wondering why she didn't give it more time after her divorce before she got married again. After all, she had been married to William for 17 years. But time waits for no man, and neither does a good woman. Lucille and George got married in London, then traveled back to the United States to set up their marital home in Pennsylvania, and they sailed back on the Olympic. one of Titanic's sister ships. I will always be amazed at how anyone who lived through the Titanic tragedy could find the nerve to ever get on a ship again, but to top it off, to get back on a White Star Line vessel. Shortly after the Carters divorced and Lucille remarried, their daughter, Lucille, was coming of age. Remember, she was 14 when they were on the Titanic. Now she was 18, and it was time for her to have her own debutante balls, like her mother had done years before. With William and Lucille not having the most amicable split, they each hosted separate galas for their daughter. So, the young Lucille was doing double time in her debut season compared to her affluent peers. Speaking of their children, in case you have any doubts about the story of William leaving his wife and children to possibly die on the Titanic, the son of William and Lucille, William Carter II, confirmed the account that his mother gave in her divorce proceedings. Of course, William denied that he left his family behind, but William II's story tells a different tale. In his own words that were chronicled in Titanic Children, Eyewitnesses to History, he said, quote, "Mama awakened me just after the collision. She came to me just as I opened my eyes and told me that there had been an accident. She told me to be a brave boy and to dress myself as quickly as I could. While she and my sister Lucille were dressing, I dressed myself, and then we all went up on the deck where we had been told to go. Up there, we found the women all crowded around one part, while over on the other side were men all kept back by men with revolvers. All of the children were with the women, and while the people were getting into the boats, a man would try to break through the line, and then there would be some shooting. Once a lot of the men got through and there was some shooting, and several of the men fell on the deck while everyone cried out very loudly. One of the men stood still for some time, and all of his jaw was shot away. I was watching him, clinging to my mother's skirt, when it came our turn to get into the boat. It was hard in the boat, and we found there was very little to eat in it. Then everyone was worried about whether we would be picked up or not. Some were very brave, but cried a lot. We rowed away from the big ship, and then in the daylight, we saw the Carpathia coming and we were picked up. I am awfully glad my mama and my sister Lucille were saved, and I feel very sorry, too, for those who lost their lives. It was awful sad." End quote. You can see that he wasn't bad-mouthing his father. He was merely recalling the events of that night and morning, and his father was simply not in the picture. So it shouldn't be a surprise to learn that William Carter, the father and ex-husband, spent the rest of his life in a rather lonely state. 2 years after Lucille remarried, William was back in the news because he was being sued for defamation. While at a dinner dance, he called a man a thief and a liar. Well, we know William liked to drink. Maybe he had a little too much to drink at that party, too. For the next few years after his divorce, he was the defendant in a number of lawsuits. My favorite one was in November of 1916, when William was sued for $811 for lingerie that Lucille had ordered. She ordered it in Paris in 1913, when she was still his wife. She had received the lingerie, but William had never paid the bill. In our money today, the cost for that lingerie was $23,000. He could afford to pay for it easily. He was still a millionaire. But I did chuckle a little, thinking about William having to pay for lingerie that he would never get to see Lucille wear, and her second husband having that benefit. William lived the rest of his life in disgrace, much like J. Bruce Ismay, the chairman of the White Star Line, who went down in infamy for getting into a lifeboat and saving himself during the Titanic mayhem. That scene was so brilliantly portrayed in James Cameron's Titanic. And it turns out that William Carter spent a good amount of time publicly defending Bruce Ismay after the disaster. Some reports say that the two of them were rescued together. Other sources say that William was on the first lifeboat that was lowered. From the day that William's divorce was made public until the day that he died, Almost every news article about him described him as a coward on the night of the Titanic sinking, even if it was just a story about him attending a party. If it wasn't his Titanic cowardice, the other detail that papers kept printing about him was that Lucille was his wife, even though he had had a very public divorce. And that's just so disrespectful to Lucille and her second husband, George. William Carter went to visit Palm Beach, Florida in the winter of 1940, as he had done in previous years. But that year, he fell sick and was hospitalized, eventually dying at the age of 64. And even then, a number of the newspapers were still calling Lucille his wife. Lucille and her second husband, George Brooke, went on to have a seemingly happy and relatively quiet life. They had one daughter together in 1916. Her name was Elizabeth. Lucille and George remained married until she passed away in the home that they shared, called Almondbury House. She died of heart disease at the age of 58 in 1934, only months after Elizabeth, the daughter she had with George, made her society debut. Just for the sake of trivia, their daughter Elizabeth lived to be 100 years old. And yes, even in Lucille's death announcement, it was mentioned that she was the great-great-grandniece of President Polk. As for the daughter Lucille, she got married in 1922 when she was 25 years old. Her husband was Samuel Reeves. He was a millionaire too, the president of the Phoenix Iron Company in Pennsylvania. Like many Titanic survivors, Lucille never talked about the horrors of that night for the rest of her life. But any fears that she might have had after that frightening experience didn't stop her from making numerous transatlantic trips throughout the rest of her life. Luxury travel was just a part of her lifestyle. Lucille and her husband made their family home in Radnor, Delaware, and had 3 children. They remained married until he died. Lucille never remarried, and in 1962, she died of heart failure at the age of 65. And the son, William II, went on to do quite well for himself in banking. He married twice. The first time was in 1925 to a society girl from his Bryn Mawr neighborhood. Her name was Centra Ellis. The couple had a daughter in 1930 who was named Centra after her mother. And I have to say that one thing that I enjoy about covering this era is seeing so many girls named after their mothers, not just boys named after their fathers. One of the articles I used even referred to the daughter Lucille as Lucille Jr. Anyway, William II and his first wife divorced in April of 1943. I was only able to figure that out after I found their daughter's wedding announcement from 1950, showing her mother named as Mrs. Howard C. Fair. So clearly, she had a new husband by the time that their daughter got married. So I had to do a little backtracking. A few months after he divorced Centra, William married a woman named Ella Snelling, and I was able to find in a society page from February of 1944 that William and his new wife were being entertained by the George D. Wideners. Remember, Lucille and William Carter were sitting in a dinner hosted by George D. Widener and his wife on the night that the Titanic sank? And here, in 1944, George Widener, named after his father, was hosting William Carter, who was named after his father. They keep those circles tight, don't they? Well, aside from young William's account of the Titanic tragedy that I shared with you earlier, he never spoke of it again. And he also traveled extensively throughout his life, but on French ships and the Aquitania and Mauretania, which were Cunard liners. Cunard owned Titanic's rescue vessel, the Carpathia. And it makes perfect sense to me to trust the company that rescued you at sea. I'm surprised that more Titanic survivors didn't take his approach to travel at sea. William was also an avid animal lover, and it was said that the loss of his dogs on the Titanic is something that he never got over, and I can 100% relate. Perhaps his years of service on the board of the Philadelphia Zoological Society allowed him to support animals and, at the same time, helped him to cope with the loss of his pets. He remained married to his second wife until she died in 1984. He died only months later in January of 1985 at the age of 84. And that puts the entire Carter family to rest. While none of the Carter family members were victims of the Titanic disaster in that they survived, Lucille, the daughter Lucille, and William II were the victims of a selfish and cowardly husband and father. We're all smart here, so the moral of this story practically goes without saying. Gentlemen, when disaster strikes, save your wife and children, or at least, if you don't lie about it and pretend that you did. Previously on Ty's Hot Mess History. Enzo was never really into Madeline, and he wasn't too fond of her firstborn son either, calling the younger John Jacob a poor little rich boy. Though Madeline didn't leave her first son any money, she did leave him 2 pieces of her jewelry, a pearl necklace that was valued at just over $1,500 and a diamond solitaire ring that was worth over $50,000. I'd like to think that those pieces had sentimental value. She was almost always photographed wearing a 2-strand pearl necklace. Perhaps the ring was the one that John Jacob used to propose to her. That would have been touching if those were the 2 pieces that she was able to leave to her son. He was the baby who Madeline was carrying on the Titanic, who she named after his father. He was also John Jacob Astor, but he was also known as the Titanic Baby. And even though he was born into wealth, he had a lot of troubles of his own. If you want to know the story of that little brat, who was once labeled in a headline as the rich boy nobody wants, let me know in the comments section. Well, you let me know, so we are here. I'm finally delivering it. This is a story about a rich boy who grew up to be a rich, miserable man. And if it weren't for his family's money, he'd have had no identity at all. He survived the sinking of the Titanic, in a way. His mother was a few months pregnant, carrying him, when she and her husband were on the Titanic, returning to America from their honeymoon in Egypt and Europe. She was Madeline Astor, the wife of John Jacob Astor IV, the richest passenger on the ship. Their son was John Jacob Astor VI, though he was also called the Titanic Baby, and later on in his life, the rich boy nobody wants. He was wealthy and frankly not much else, but he was a flaming hot mess. Let's get into it. John Jacob Astor VI was an American socialite more than anything, and a businessman, arguably to a much lesser degree. He was the 3rd child of his father, John Jacob Astor IV, and the 1st child of his mother, Madeline Force Astor. His father never got to lay eyes on his son because he died a gentleman's death on the Titanic on April 15, 1912, seeing to it that his young, teenage wife made it safely into a lifeboat. He reportedly helped many other women and children get into lifeboats and even went to the ship's kennel to release the dogs on board and gave them a fighting chance. 4 months later, almost exactly 4 months later, on August 14th, the young widow, Madeline Astor, gave birth to her baby boy, who was almost immediately dubbed the Titanic Baby, John Jacob Astor VI. He weighed in at almost 8 pounds, a big boy born into big money. I can only imagine that his father thought that he had a second lease on life and was looking forward to returning home from his honeymoon with his new wife and starting the second chapter of his life. But that didn't stop him from having a will in place, in case the worst happened. And the worst did happen. But all was well. The Titanic Baby slid out of his mom's uterus right into a $3 million fortune. His trust fund that J.J. Astor IV set up in his will for any spare kids that came along, It was definitely an afterthought and not anything specific like he had for Madeline or his daughter Ava. And the Titanic Baby's measly $3 million trust was nothing like what his father had left for his older half-brother, Vincent. Because Vincent was left with almost all of his father's vast fortune of $85 million. All of their father's luxury mansions and hotels, and roughly $70 million went to Vincent. And that became a thorn in the Titanic Baby's side as soon as he understood what money was. And it remained a problem for him well into his adult years, even after Vincent died. And speaking of Vincent, he was not present for the birth of his new brother, and his absence seemed to foreshadow what their relationship would become. Distant at best. Everything about young John Jacob was about money, and for the remainder of this video, I'll do my best to call him young John Jacob as a means of differentiating between his father, the fourth. I'll also refer to him as Jakey, which was the nickname that the press seemed to use for him most often. And while I'm on a tangent, this often comes up, so I'll address it concisely right now. If the father is John Jacob Astor IV, why is the son the sixth and not the fifth? Long story short, there was a branch of Astors who made a wonderful living for themselves in England, and John Jacob Astor, the first Baron Astor of Hever, was born before our young John Jacob of today's story, so he was officially the fifth, and the American was the sixth, another thorn in Jakey's side. Now, back to our story. On the day that he was born, Manhattan was in a frenzy. He was America's version of nobility. Manhattan was buzzing as though a new prince had been born. Police officers had to stand guard on the Astor's block and fight off crowds of people who were hoping to catch a glimpse of the newborn baby. But most of the talk about young John Jacob had to do with money. And in one of the very first news articles written about him on the very first day after his birth, there was a lot of discussion about his $3 million trust. Mainly a rumor that his grandparents on his mother's side wanted to contest the will of young John's father, because they didn't think that $3 million was enough for the boy. Mind you, we're talking $3 million in 1912, which today in 2023 has the buying power of about $94 million. Would that be enough for you? If that would not be enough money for you because you have substantially more, email me if you're looking for a girlfriend. Somewhere, a rumor was started that the will would be contested so that the Titanic Baby would be given just as much money as his older half-brother, Vincent Astor. The story grew legs when the baby was given his father's full name at birth, the assumption being that his mother deliberately gave him that name to make her case stronger when it came time to contest the will. But according to his maternal grandfather, William Forrest, none of that was true. His words, quote, "The report that there will be a contest of Mr. Astor's will is all nonsense. All these reports of a contest are nonsense," end quote. So, $3 million was all that this poor baby was going to get, and it would have been the same if he'd been born a girl. That was just the amount that his father settled on for any additional children other than Ava, who received $10 million, and Vincent, who inherited the lion's share, $69 million. But only $3 million for his little half-brother, which was nothing special in the Astor family. And the Titanic Baby himself would prove to be nothing special as he grew into adulthood. But at this point in his new life, there it was. $3 million was enough for the baby, until it wasn't, which was around the time that he turned 4 years old. We'll get there. But in the meantime, his mother, Madeline Astor, had made her mourning plans public. The standard for an upper-class widow in this period was to publicly express her mourning through her clothing, and usually for a period of 2 years, in which she would wear black and other very dark-colored dresses and jet black mourning jewelry, literally made from the mineral called jet. And Madeline did mourn her husband in this way for 2 years, retired from public life inside of the Astor Fifth Avenue mansion with her baby. And even though they weren't doing anything besides staying home, Madeline soon realized that the scheduled monthly withdrawals for the care of the young John Jacob would not be enough to cover his expenses. In November of 1912, Jakey was approaching the age of 3 months. The Brooklyn Daily Eagle had printed yet another article about his finances. This one laid out how his mother, as his financial guardian, would schedule yearly withdrawals for his day-to-day care, and how she planned to help him earn interest on the account so that he would have accrued a lot more additional interest until the trust was eventually turned over to his own care. She requested only $10,000 per year from his trust, saying that that amount would cover his needs. Now, I've never had a child, but that $10,000 in 1912 had the buying power of just over $315,000 today. Would that be enough for one of your children? Madeline only wanted the $10,000 per year for 3 years, after which she would support her son with her own money. Her goal was to allow her son's millions to collect interest so that he would have even more millions by the time that he reached the age of maturity. Specifically, she hoped that her plan would turn his $3 million into about $10 million by the time the boy turned 21. And I think that that's good looking out on her part. But his mother wasn't the only one who was looking out for him. In May of 1913, when the young Astor was only 9 months old, a tidal wave of presents for him landed at his Fifth Avenue mansion. The Titanic Baby mania had taken over the world, and people from all over were sending him presents: infant wear, lace-lined bassinets and cribs. And I'm sure that it seemed like a kind, even if a little bit creepy, gesture to most people, except for the one secretary who had the duty of returning to sender each and every single item. I don't have an explanation for why this happened all of a sudden. It wasn't his birthday. The anniversary of the sinking of the Titanic had passed by this time, and I'm almost sure that invariably each of those presents came from people who were not as well off as the Astors, because practically everyone in the world had less money than the Astors. The next time little Jakey was discussed in the news, it was back to the money. This is when the public learned that $10,000 per year was in fact not enough to care for the Titanic baby. Truth be told, his mother had figured that out the second year of his life and had already increased his allowance from $10,000 per year to $20,000 per year, roughly $620,000 in today's money. But he didn't make the papers because the allowance increase had been exposed. He made the news because his mother realized that even $20,000 was not enough money to care for him on an annual basis, and she'd had to dig in her own pockets to loan her baby son $7,590 just so that his expenses for the previous year were in the clear. Now, in all fairness, I have to say that the young John Jacob had a number of expenses that most toddlers didn't have, and they included, but were not limited to, attorneys, a physician and a nurse, estate taxes, income taxes, and mansion maintenance expenses. Altogether, his yearly expenses were just over $27,000, and his mother went to court to request a little extra money from his trust to cover the cost of his care. This wasn't the only noteworthy moment in Jakey's life when he was 4. That same year, his mother married her second husband, the successful and sensible banker Carl Dick. This union gave the young John Jacob 2 younger half-brothers, William Jr. and John. They spent their days traveling from place to place: New York, Florida, Rhode Island, and Europe. From this point on, for most of his childhood, the young John Jacob was kept away from the press.
His mother was so occupied with making her new blended family work that she no longer had the time to manage Jakey's trust, so she turned that over to his oldest half-brother, Vincent. During this time in his life, young John Jacob had a tutor who made it known that Jakey was not a bright student, nor, despite having a wealthy upbringing, did he possess any social charm. This tutor was James Noble Gifford, and he made these details about Jakey known in a tell-all book called Caviar for Breakfast, a book that used pseudonyms to talk about its subjects, but everyone knew that it was very clear that he was writing about Jakey. James Gifford had tutored many wealthy students, but several chapters in his book were dedicated to a student named Jack, who he described as the best-known boy in the world. He wrote that the boy had very expensive taste, loved caviar for breakfast, and refused to ride in any car except his own because other vehicles were too common. He also threw in an anecdote about the boy only riding the elevator in his house to get from one level to the next. Even if the elevator was broken, he'd wait for it to be repaired before he took the stairs up or down. Side note about James Noble Gifford: the proximity that he gained to New York's wealthy as a tutor was something that he used against the elite in novel after novel. He wrote a number of books in the 1930s, all exposing the extremely rich for being extremely lazy and lacking morality. And the novels seemed to sell really well. So I made a video about how a lot of wealthy white people who lived during the Gilded Age funded the construction of a lot of buildings at historically black universities. At the end of that video, I mentioned that the name Astor is on a building at the St. George School in Rhode Island, near Newport. At that time, I knew that Vincent Astor had donated money to the school, but I didn't know that Jakey Astor had also attended the school, and boy oh boy was he unpopular. If this school had those fun yearbook categories, he would have been voted least likely to succeed and most likely to be an ass. Even though the things that his former tutor had written about him seemed to be mean, they also seemed to have a ring of truth when compared to what his classmates said about him. By the time Jakey was a teenager, his high society peers would talk behind his back about his extreme arrogance and horrible manners. They said that he was never at the top of his class and went about his schooling as though he didn't care about it. And he didn't. It wasn't like he needed a good education so that he could get a good job. He was born into more money than he'd ever need. So he put little effort into his expensive education, so little that he didn't even finish that school. He wasn't really interested in getting into college or pursuing a career. His interests were cars and movies. School was just a place for him to brag about being the only living John Jacob Astor, and he would do that, literally, even though it wasn't true that he was the only living John Jacob Astor. The fifth had been born before him, 26 years before him, and was living as a true gentleman with a title and everything in England. And while Jakey was bragging about being the only living John Jacob Astor, J.J. Astor V was alive and well on the other side of the Atlantic Ocean and didn't die until 1971. Now, there was some point when Jakey was a teenager that he had another major life change. Madeline, his mother, had pretty much given up on him after she said that he had a governess who had turned him against everyone and everything. And during these years, before he reached the age of majority, it seems like maybe from the time of 16 or so, he lived on his own, without any parents or guardians, at an apartment in the Savoy Plaza. In 1932, when young Jacob was 20, he tried his hand at love. He was on a vacation in Italy where he met a young woman his same age. Her name was Donna Cristina Torlonia. She was reported to be a beauty, a statuesque blonde with blue eyes. They saw each other often and were seen out and about and having fun for his whole trip. Then, suddenly, it was announced that they were engaged to be married. Apparently, Jakey and Donna had not only gotten engaged, but they started planning their wedding because the news got leaked by a friend of Donna's who said that she was going to be a bridesmaid. Now, this was 1932, a time when people generally did not enter into marriage as lightly as many do today, and people as young as Jakey and Donna from wealthy families certainly would have had many discussions before planning what would have been a big society wedding. He just proposed without asking her parents, and there was no chance in hell that that was going to work, even if he was an Astor. Donna's mother told the papers that the whole idea was absurd, and Jakey, who thought that his name and money meant everything in the world, was left in disbelief, not understanding why the Torlonias wouldn't jump at the chance to welcome him as their son-in-law. Well, believe it or not, that would not be the last time that young John Jacob would try to marry a girl without her parents' permission and get rejected. He also tried unsuccessfully to rush a Susie Hopkins and a LeBrun Kruger Rhinelander down the aisle with him. But on his 21st birthday, he was officially a man, and he received his trust money. The $3 million had grown to at least $5 million, about $118 million today, and he could do whatever he wanted to do with it, but it was likely closer to $10 million. The true amount was never disclosed to the press. Now he finally possessed the money that was the only thing that had ever made him newsworthy. Being a rich baby turned rich kid and now rich young adult seemed to be his only identity. Nobody ever said that he was smart or cute or charming or kind. Well, there was Big. He was called Big in his birth announcements, but other than that, he was just the rich Titanic kid who also had a reputation for being a snob. And now he was the rich Titanic adult, able to make of his life whatever he wanted. And even he went on continuing to make his money his identity. One of his first purchases was a yellow Rolls-Royce that seemed to be his favorite car. It wouldn't take long before he'd have an entire fleet of about 10 luxury automobiles. His mother's third husband said Jakey would drive each one every day, as if they were horses that needed to be exercised for a while. Jakey also used a private railroad car to get to longer distances, though sometimes he was known to hire a private railroad car to take himself and his friends just on short distance trips that anyone else would have just taken by car. If there was a way that he could spend $1,000 instead of $100, he'd choose the $1,000 route every single time. In addition to getting his hands on his money, another big change came for Jakey when he turned 21. His mother divorced her second husband, which was the only father Jakey had ever known. She ditched him for Italian boxer Enzo Fioramonte, who was only a few years older than Jakey. And the young John Jacob didn't like this match at all, and he was very vocal about it. I have told that couple's story on this channel, and I have to say, I agree with Jakey 100% on this one. Enzo and his mother were not a good match. I won't go into all of the details here, but I'll say this. She was emotionally and financially abusive to him, and he was physically abusive to her. Now, as I was saying, Jakey didn't like this relationship with his mother and the boxer, and I completely understand why. But perhaps he could have navigated that situation more smoothly if he hadn't made his opinion known through snarky quotes to newspaper writers. He had to have known that that would embarrass his mother. The boxer, by the way, was the one who had made the comment about all of Jakey's luxury cars, saying that they were a bit overboard and basically suggesting that Jakey's obsession with them was unnatural. That's true, but that also could have come from a place of jealousy because the boxer himself had no problem at all spending his wife's money on expensive items for himself. But that was Madeline's problem. That was her wedding. The young John Jacob would soon be making his own wedding plans. At the age of 21, he was officially available for marriage, and his fortune made him one of the most eligible bachelors in the world. But even with his massive fortune, and being a member of one of the most distinguished families in the country, the mothers and fathers of his society group were eager to pass on the chance of becoming his in-law and subjecting their debutantes to marriage with him. In 1934, he found a girl who was willing to take the challenge when New York socialite Eileen Gillespie said yes to his marriage proposal. The pair had been dating for a while and things seemed to be going well. They were planning a grand wedding. Everything was set, even the date, February 6, 1934. Then, Jakey started being Jakey. According to relatives of both families, Jakey was rude and sarcastic to Eileen's parents. Also, they were rather conservative and didn't approve of Jakey's flashy lifestyle and wild spending. Even though he was a grown man, he was said to have conducted himself like a petulant child. The Gillespies didn't approve of his, quote, fits of temperament, fickleness, jealousy, or his unstable and extravagant tastes, end quote. Then there was also the reported argument over the amount of Eileen's dowry. It seems that after the families had settled on an amount, Jakey wanted more. Eileen's parents had had enough. They tried to convince their daughter to move on from the Titanic Baby. Here's a quote that Mrs. Gillespie gave to the Daily News in February of 1934. Quote, although her views and mine have been divided, at the present time we are absolutely in accord. I'm glad that I was able to open my daughter's eyes in time, end quote. And with that, the Lawrence Lewis Gillespies officially called off the wedding on January 22nd, just 2 weeks before their daughter was supposed to walk down the aisle. This cancellation surprised no one in high society except Jakey. He was so proud of his family name and fortune that it was inconceivable to him that debutantes weren't lining up at the chance to become the next Mrs. Astor by marriage to him. In the story about Jakey, the Daily News called The Rich Boy Nobody Wants, this was what they printed about young John Jacob's love for his money and family name. Quote, just how much money Jack has is probably known only to Jack, his closest relatives, bankers, and lawyers. But just how much family he has is known by a great many people in the world. And just how orally proud he is of that fortune and name is known by practically everyone in his social sphere. End quote. The people around Jakey were fed up with his bragging. All of the things that he bragged about having, they had. They were in his social circle, and they were all there for the same reason, mainly that they all had ridiculous amounts of wealth. But Jakey thought that somehow his money made him more special. Perhaps it was this love of money and the status that he thought it gave him that made the young John Jacob resent his older brother, Vincent Astor, so much. And don't get it wrong, Vincent was no fan of Jakey. But while Jakey was bragging about having money, Vincent was busy making money for himself and his entire family. He kept to himself. Vincent married more than once, and neither he nor his wives enjoyed being in the public eye. He was a private person who liked to do good for his family and his city, out of the spotlight. He took his role as head of the Astor family and fortune very seriously. So when Jakey's mother asked him to take charge of Jakey's finances, he did, and he took that seriously too. Vincent seemed to put family ahead of everything. He was never a fan of Jakey's mother. Recall that when John Jacob Astor IV married her, she was only 18 and so was Vincent. but Vincent loved his father, so he accepted his father's wife. And while many reports say that Jakey's $3 million fortune grew to $5 million under Vincent's charge, several reports, like this one in the Daily News, say that Vincent actually increased his little brother's trust to somewhere around $10 million. But whether it was actually 5 or 10 million, it wasn't enough for John Jacob, and he wanted half of the money that was left to Vincent. The family knew how bitter he was, but the public and his elite social circle only saw the side of him that was constantly showing off, bragging, and spending like crazy. Because he never developed a personality, his hope was that material things would attract women to him. So, in an effort to prove himself as husband-worthy material for Eileen Gillespie, he purchased, quote, a colossal townhouse and an equally huge Newport place for the girl he hoped to make his bride, end quote. In the late 1800s, Newport, Rhode Island became the place where wealthy New Yorkers bought summer homes. That's why he purchased a place there too. But again, the huge homes would not be enough for the Gillespies to turn their daughter over into young Jacob's hands. Quick side note regarding the passing down of fortunes in the Astor family. This is one of the reasons that I love sharing these old news articles with you, because they give us a pretty unfiltered look at how people thought and talked back then, long before the days of political correctness, and I like that. So, the first John Jacob Astor had several daughters and 2 sons. They were John Jacob II and William Backhouse Astor. When the father died, he had a $20 million fortune, and he left most of it to William. John Jacob II was left only $10,000 because he was an idiot. Now, when they used the word idiot during his lifetime, they meant someone who had an intellectual disability. But I think that it's a little ironic that 3 generations later, the world sees another John Jacob give most of his money to the son who was not an idiot. And I mean idiot the way that we use that term today, like a fool or a moron. Anyway, this is how that long news story called The Rich Boy Nobody Wants ended. First, with a quote from a friend of the Gillespies, Mrs. Bruce Metcalf, and she was diplomatic about it. This is how the entire ending reads, quote, and Mrs. Bruce Metcalf, a friend of the Gillespies, is quoted as saying, I think the whole thing was a blessing. The young couple were not mated. They would never have been happy. How splendid that they found out in time. Now that's the end of her quote. Then it goes on to read, and the 5th John Jacob Astor is still the boy nobody wants. End quote. Now eventually, the young John Jacob did get married. And when somebody finally did want the boy, it was a bit of a scandal because she was a very close friend of Eileen Gillespie, his ex-fiancée. He settled on a girl named Ellen Tucky French. And this little hussy was so close to Eileen that she was going to be a bridesmaid in her wedding. Well, guess what? She had been attracted to little Jakey the whole time that Eileen was dating him, when he proposed to Eileen, when he was making wedding plans with Eileen, when he bought not 1, but 2 humongous houses for Eileen to share with her in holy matrimony. This friend stood by Eileen and helped her pick out wedding colors and wedding reception food and a wedding cake. She probably went with her to try on dresses and told Eileen that all the ugly dresses were actually pretty. But here's the thing. Jakey's heart was still with Eileen. Nobody even thought that that little rascal had a heart, but he was heartbroken over losing Eileen. He left the country and went to Shanghai to grieve the relationship. Even months later, he said that he would still be willing to marry her. Now, we all know that he wasn't the sharpest tool in the shed. He still didn't really seem to understand that he was the one who had been dumped, so it didn't matter that he was still willing to marry her, but nevertheless, weeks after returning to New York, he proposed to Ellen French. Of course, she said yes, old nasty hussy, and you can't tell me that nasty Jakey got with Ellen for any other reason but to try to get under Eileen's skin. He would have married one of her friends regardless, because he was just that spiteful. But tell me this, do you think that part of Ellen's appeal to him was that her name was so close to Eileen? So, if he were to call out the wrong name in the throes of passion, he could just try to cover it up. But I must admit, this guy doesn't exactly give me the throes of passion, fun in the sack vibes. He seemed like he would want to hurry up and rush his time in bed so that he could go spend time with his one true love, his money. Anyway, Jakey and Ellen got married on June 30th, 1934. And don't they look happy? They had one child, a boy named William Backhouse Astor III. And I'm surprised that the Astors didn't retire the name Backhouse. So you know that Jakey and Vincent Astor are the grandchildren of Caroline Astor, the Gilded Age Queen of High Society. Well, she made her husband refer to himself as William B. Astor because she thought that Backhouse sounded too much like outhouse. So that was just a thought in my head. Young John Jacob went on to get married a total of 4 times in his life. And believe it or not, it wouldn't be the women in his life that proved to be the bane of his existence. Because you know how horrible wives can be, right, fellas? Ha ha ha. Just kidding, ladies. His biggest problem seemed to be wills that left him with scrawny inheritances. Not getting enough money when his closest family members passed away. First, there was his dad, who had the nerve to only leave him a measly $3 million after dying on the Titanic. Then, when his mother passed away, with about $1.5 million to her name, that money went to his younger half-brothers that she had with her second husband. His mom, at that point, figured that Jakey should have been good for money for the rest of his life. So all that she left him was a diamond solitaire ring and a 2-strand pearl necklace that wasn't worth a lot. I mean, if he were to have pawned that necklace, he wouldn't even have had enough money to buy one Rolls Royce. Sheesh. But then there was Vincent, his big brother. Jakey never let it go that Vincent got practically all of their father's money after he died. And even after Vincent died, he still pursued that $70 million that their father left to Vincent. And he got downright nasty about it. Now again, Vincent never liked young John Jacob. All that he did for him was because he was dutiful to his family. Vincent loved his father so much that he honored his father's wife. But truth be told, he never liked Madeline. He never respected Madeline. And therefore, when she gave birth to Jakey, Vincent didn't even believe that Jakey was a biological Astor, and he did not recognize him as such. But he still performed his duty as guardian over his brother's trust and grew the money. Jakey would never have as much money as Vincent, but Vincent saw to it that Jakey was set for life. And how did Jakey repay his brother? By suing Vincent's wife after Vincent died and trying to smear his brother's name posthumously. Here's the story. Vincent's health was failing him badly in 1958. He was hospitalized for a good part of that year. His wife, Brooke, would sometimes bring him alcohol to help him deal with his pain. The alcohol didn't do much except provide him temporary pain relief, for his death was right around the corner. Vincent Astor passed away on February 3rd, 1959, at the age of 67. He died of a heart attack. But months before he passed, in June of 1958, he revised and signed a new will that left Jakey absolutely nothing. By this time, Vincent had grown his fortune to $120 million, and he left half of it to his wife for her living expenses so that she could maintain the luxurious lifestyle she had when Vincent was alive. The other half went to the charitable foundation that the couple managed, the Vincent Astor Foundation. And Jakey, never having been too smart in math, said, "Okay, his wife got half, his charity got half, now where's my half?" Okay, he didn't really say that, but he did come looking for the money that he always thought was his. Brooke hadn't even been able to get out of her mourning clothes before she found out that she was being sued by her dead husband's brother. That was bad enough, but what the young John Jacob told the press was even worse. Vincent Astor had always maintained a stellar reputation. Everyone saw him as an upright man. He was admired in high society circles, but he was the first Astor who was admired outside of those circles because he had a heart for the people in his city. He was the first Astor to take on philanthropic causes in any major way, and people remembered him that way. But Jakey told the press that his brother had left him out of his will because he was mentally ill, a senile alcoholic whose wife had been feeding him so much booze that when the time came for him to make his will, he was too insane to know what he was doing. He was trying to do to Vincent in death what he never could have done to him in life, attempt to ruin his image. Now, when Vincent's name appeared in the press, it was alongside words like mentally incompetent and deranged. Come on now, Jakey. Well before your brother got sick and was in his fully right state of mind, we all know that he was never a fan of yours and that the whole world would have expected Vincent to not acknowledge Jakey in his will. Brooke made it abundantly clear that Vincent was of sound mind and knew exactly what he was doing when he made his final will. And nobody was on Jakey's side, not even the press. Newsday hit him with a fat joke writing, quote, "Vincent Astor, who died last February 3rd at the age of 67, left a fortune of between $100 million and $200 million, but not a cent of it to his portly younger half-brother." End quote. This portly prick was now 47 years old, jealous of his dead brother and still wanting money that never belonged to him. Instead of joining his sister-in-law to share in the grieving process, he'd made himself a burden on this heartbroken woman. But that was Jakey, always putting himself first and his love of money as a very close second. He whined that Vincent had a legal right, but not a moral right to keep all of the money. Well, once again, showing that he was not too bright, as he was suing in a court of law, not a court of morals. He accused Brooke of giving his brother alcohol to influence him to leave him out of the will. But anyone who knew even half of the story knew that on a sober day, Vincent would have made the same decision. He didn't need anything to influence him to tell his little brother to take a hike. Thankfully, the court did not agree with Jakey. Brooke Astor settled and gave her sorry-ass brother-in-law $250,000, probably just enough to really piss him off, and that was that. And she went on to give away those millions of dollars to charity and did so much good in the world because of it, just like she and her husband had always done. What a waste it would have been to have given that kind of money to a selfish person like Jakey. The Titanic Baby died in Miami Beach in 1992. He was 79 years old. He was survived by his younger brother from his mom's second marriage, his daughter, son, and 3 grandchildren. One of them, Gregory Todd Astor, played Colonel Astor in Titanic the Musical in 2012, 100 years after the Titanic sank. Jakey's death was not remarked upon in any grand way, but that was probably the fairest reflection upon his life. He was not grand. He hadn't done anything but been born into wealth. Just months before Jakey died, his daughter, Jackie Astor, made a statement that might have humanized Jakey in some people's eyes. She said, quote, "It was all so sad and tragic for his mother and the whole family. You know, his parents were very much in love, and I think the memory of it all has affected his whole life. Why can't people just forget the Titanic?" End quote. Why can't we forget the Titanic? I know that for me, the answer is that ultimately, Titanic is a story about lives way more than the ship itself. I think of all of those people, and even their pets, being excited, nervous, looking forward to their next adventure that so many of them never got to see. I don't think that Titanic will ever be forgotten. So many people remember it for so many different reasons.
There's the Countess of Ross. And, that's John Jacob Astor, the richest man on the ship. His little wifey there, Madeline, is my age and in a delicate condition.
We know, Rose.
See how she's trying to hide it? Quite the scandal.
You already told us that.
And that's Benjamin Guggenheim and his mistress, Madame Aubert.
Oh.
Mrs. Guggenheim is at home with the children, of course.
Okay. Well, let's talk about it. In the immediate days after the Titanic sank, there was a frenzy amongst the relatives of its passengers to get information on their loved ones, hoping that the ones they knew beat the odds and were among the survivors. Incorrect headlines had been printed, reflecting that people who had in fact died were alive. People like John Jacob Astor and Isidore and Ida Strauss. There was even uncertainty about who had even boarded the ship to begin with, as can be seen in this notice that was printed in the Buffalo News on April 16, 1912, that shows that Benjamin Guggenheim's brother had some questions of his own. Quote, "Senator Guggenheim of Colorado, in telephone consultation with the White Star Line officials in New York today, was unable to learn of the fate of his brother, Benjamin Guggenheim, reputed one of the wealthiest men in the world. So far as known, his wife did not accompany him." Well, his wife certainly did not accompany him. That might have made the trip rather odd for his mistress. Let's get into it. For a lot of us, when we hear the name Guggenheim, the first thing that comes to mind is the Guggenheim. Maybe we don't think of its full name, the Solomon R. Guggenheim Museum, but today's subject, Benjamin Guggenheim, is part of that Guggenheim family. Like a number of the men who traveled in first class on the RMS Titanic in April of 1912, he was one of the wealthiest in the world. He, like his brothers, made his fortune on the coattails and name of his father, Mayor Guggenheim. He started out in the importing business in the 1840s and eventually made his huge fortune in the mining and smelting industries, leaving generational wealth for his 10 children who he had with his wife, Barbara, 7 boys and 3 girls. Most of his sons went into the family business. The Guggenheim is the namesake of one of those sons, Solomon. Benjamin Guggenheim was an industry captain of mining and smelting and helped to expand the family business into Europe. He married his wife in 1894. They had 3 daughters together. Yet he had a reputation for being a playboy around New York City. Now, I have long heard this narrative that Benjamin Guggenheim went down on the Titanic in true playboy fashion, dressed in his best, saying that he was prepared to go down like a gentleman. But I never really understood exactly why people said that about him, that he had a reputation for being a playboy. Yes, he was traveling on the Titanic with his French mistress, but that could have been a very unlucky and isolated incident. But after searching through 5 years' worth of newspapers, I finally saw that it wasn't an isolated incident. and that Benjamin Guggenheim had a cheating scandal that made it to the papers in 1907. It is very evident from newspaper articles and stories that Benjamin Guggenheim and his wife lived very separate lives. He was always in Europe for weeks and even months at a time. In fact, most of the times he was written about, it was regarding his departure from or returning to America. And his wife often attended parties solo or threw her own parties without him present. Benjamin Guggenheim being caught out on sea with a mistress was likely a big surprise to no one, because 5 years before the Titanic sank, he was named as a co-respondent in a divorce suit that another man, Samuel Tuska, brought against his wife, Amy Goldsmith Tuska, when he caught her in the act in his apartment with Benjamin Guggenheim. While most headlines about the Guggenheim-Tuska affair put it as gently as they could, the Morning Post on April 30th, 1907 took another approach and spelled it out quite clearly in the biggest font offered at the time. Their headline read, "Rich Man in Her Bedroom. Brother of United States Senator Guggenheim implicated in a divorce suit. Husband broke in door to get evidence." Well, so here's what the story says. Of course, when you're from a family as rich and powerful and famous as the Guggenheims, when you have a tiny little slip-up and happen to find yourself in the bed of a woman who is someone else's wife, the media is going to pull your whole family into the situation. So this article actually starts off talking about Benjamin Guggenheim's brother, Senator Simon Guggenheim, as if the readers would have confused Benjamin with some other guy named Benjamin Guggenheim. Anyway, it's the husband who filed for divorce, a man named Samuel Tuska. He was also a rich businessman. Not Guggenheim rich, but he held the positions of treasurer, director, and president of multiple companies, rich enough to move in the same circles as the Guggenheims. His wife was Amy Goldsmith Tuska, and he had been granted an absolute divorce from her. The couple had a son, a 6-year-old named Robert, and Samuel was awarded full custody of him. According to the terms of the decree, Mrs. Tuska would have to apply at some later date for what we would now call visitation. But at the time the divorce was granted, she did not have the, quote, privilege of seeing the lad. And she lost another privilege in the divorce, one that she would not be able to regain at a later date. For, also according to the decree, she was not permitted to marry ever again. Well, that should have taught her to not mess over Samuel Tuska. All the parties involved, the Tuskas, the Goldsmiths, and especially Benjamin Guggenheim, did all that they could to keep this story private, and for good reason. Each of their families was a part of high society, and this story would be a bad look for each party in a different way. The Goldsmiths didn't want their daughter and sister to be seen as a trollop. I'm sure that Amy herself didn't want that either. Mr. Tuska certainly would not have wanted his own manhood called into question, but how could anyone think anything differently with another man coming into his home to serve as his wife? And the prominent and upright business leader, husband, and father Benjamin Guggenheim certainly didn't need for the world to know that he was an adulterer. Each family separately had enough money, power, and influence to keep the story concealed for some time, so the combined power of all three families kept the story out of the news until the court was finished with the case, and even then, the judge ordered that the papers in the case were to be sealed. Even though all of the murky details never made it to the press, it was made very clear that the nail in the coffin of the Tuska marriage was Benjamin Guggenheim being caught not only inside of Amy Tuska's bedroom, but inside of Amy Tuska. Quote, "It was learned, however, that the divorce had been obtained on testimony that showed that Benjamin Guggenheim had been surprised under embarrassing circumstances in the apartment of Mrs. Tuska." End quote. And even though the Morning Post headline implies that it was Amy's husband who found her in bed with Benjamin, it's made clear from multiple reports that there were in fact
two men hired by Samuel Tuska who broke into the apartment to catch the two in the throes of passion. Samuel must have had his suspicions. Every bit of the story is written in a flashback style because no one outside of the involved parties knew anything. So, right after the affair was discovered, the Tuskas separated. They had lived separately for over a year leading up to the trial, and only a handful of their closest friends even knew that. And the ones who knew that they were separated didn't know why. Nobody had a clue that Benjamin Guggenheim had been sleeping with Amy. And just like that, Amy lost her husband, her son, and her close friend, Florette. Who was Florette? I'm glad you asked. Florette Seligman. Florette Seligman Guggenheim. Benjamin's wife. Yeah, she was sleeping with her close friend's husband. So you can imagine that it was a shock to everyone who saw the story in the papers, because by that time, everything was settled. Had this story played out in the public eye in real time, there would have been hundreds, maybe even thousands of news articles about it. But Samuel Tuska moved in silence. As soon as the word got back to him that Benjamin was having sex with his wife, he hired a divorce attorney, a family member named Benjamin also, Benjamin Tuska. And they got the ball rolling on the divorce immediately. After Amy was served divorce papers, she hired an attorney and denied the claims. But since she was caught getting Guggenheimed, nobody believed her, and the divorce went through per her husband's wishes. Even though she claimed her innocence and didn't want the divorce, she went out as gracefully as she could have, considering the circumstances. She didn't ask for alimony, which is good because Samuel certainly wasn't going to give her any. But it's not like she lived out the remainder of her life in poverty. She came from a wealthy family too, and was an heiress in her own right, thanks to her father's fortune. Benjamin Guggenheim sent in a written denial to the court via his attorney. His friends were surprised and upset with him because they thought that if the allegations weren't true, then he should have gone further to protect his own image and Amy's also. They thought that if he really wanted to set the record straight, he would have gone before the court to give oral testimony. Perhaps he was too tired from already having given oral... Never mind. The judge, who was called a referee in this ruling, could only disclose to the media that the testimony of the two men who walked in on Benjamin and Amy was, quote, sensational in character. Now, at the time the news broke, all of the involved parties knew that the year-old story was finally going to become public. So, most likely in an effort to ride out the storm with as little embarrassment as possible, Amy Goldsmith Tuska went away to Paris in early April of 1907, 3 weeks prior to the public announcement. Guess who else was in Paris when the story broke? Benjamin Guggenheim. But don't worry, he probably wasn't stuffing his sausage into Amy's croissant. He took his wife and kids with him. And oh yeah, his wife had no idea about any part of this story. I guess that Benjamin thought that his wife might take the news better while taking a stroll down the Champs-Élysées. Remember, this story broke on the last day of April. Guggenheim's lawyer told the papers that Benjamin wasn't feeling well, but would be back to visit New York City for business in June, no doubt bringing his whole family back with him from Paris. Then after that, according to attorney Leavenworth, because Benjamin had not been feeling well for the last 8 months, perhaps his stomach was feeling a little queasy from his worries about this story breaking, but anyway, because Benjamin had not been feeling well for the last 8 months, he would live abroad for most of the time the next year. That is almost a verbatim quote from his attorney. Reading between the lines, it sounds like Benji Boy was leaving his wife at home to deal with the shame of his affair that became public, while he went back to Europe and did whatever he wanted to do. Or whomever he wanted to do. And with that said, I think that we now know one of the reasons why Benjamin Guggenheim had a reputation for being a playboy. He earned it fairly.
and on his last transatlantic trip on the Titanic in April of 1912, Benjamin was returning home to his wife and children with his Parisian mistress on board with him. Now, let's fast forward 5 years to April of 1912. That puts Benjamin Guggenheim on the RMS Titanic after one of his many extended trips to France. Perhaps he brought back some Eiffel Tower snowballs for his daughters and held them in safekeeping in his luxury cabin. But without a doubt, the biggest souvenir that he was bringing home from Paris was for himself. It was his mistress. When the Titanic made its maiden and final voyage not quite across the Atlantic Ocean in April of 1912, she was carrying some of the richest people on the planet. American businessman Benjamin Guggenheim was in that number. He had made this trip back and forth from New York to Paris several times in order to conduct business for the family empire. And as far as his wife knew, or at least as far as she cared to put on for the public, all of the European trips that he took without her were business trips. But Benjamin was known to mix business with pleasure. He had highly profitable business operations in Europe, so he would often make a lot of transatlantic trips. But beyond offering a destination to handle his business, Europe, and France in particular, was a place where he could cheat on his wife in peace and not have to worry about those nosy American news reporters. For there was certainly evidence on record that he didn't mind cheating on his wife. But there doesn't seem to be any evidence of a divorce suit filed by Mrs. Guggenheim to get rid of her cheating husband. By this time, his wife knew. Heck, everybody knew. But she seemed to be content to turn a blind eye to his cheating. Shut her mouth and endure, because that was her price to pay for the privilege of being able to call herself Mrs. Guggenheim. All of this to say that it's absolutely no surprise that Benjamin would have been coming home to New York from Paris with a mistress in tow, flaunting her on the ship in front of all of those friends that he and his wife shared in common. Oddly enough, Guggenheim had been in perilous conditions on sea 2 years before the Titanic sank, with one of the Titanic's most controversial survivors, J. Bruce Ismay. He was the agent of the White Star Line, the man who was famously portrayed in James Cameron's Titanic film as the man who pushed the captain to speed across the Atlantic in order to make record time and to make headlines, and as the coward who got into a lifeboat along with women and children instead of dying an honorable death along with the other gentlemen. Well, in 1910, Ismay and Guggenheim were on the Mauretania, which was also referenced in the Titanic movie, and the two men happened to be aboard the Mauretania during a storm that caused the captain to have to cut down her speed. On that voyage, Benjamin Guggenheim was returning home from Paris after having established a factory there for his business, the International Steam Pump Company, to perform work for the French government. And it is highly likely that it was on a business trip like this one that he would have met his mistress who left Paris with him to travel to New York aboard the Titanic. Her name was Leontine. Leontine was born in Paris in 1887. She was 24 years old when she boarded the Titanic on April 10, 1912, at Cherbourg, France. Benjamin, by the way, was 47. Leontine went by the name Ninette. She was a nightclub singer. Benjamin paid for her ticket and also the ticket of her maid, Emma, and his valet, Victor. For the first few days, it was nothing but partying it up on the grandest vessel to ever hit the waters, with Benjamin acting like he didn't have a wife in New York City, dining and dancing with Ninette and having a blast while his wife was at home, being a mother to their daughters. But trouble came at 11:40 p.m. on April 14th, when Titanic hit the iceberg. After the collision, Leontine and her maid Emma went to see what had caused it. They went to inform Benjamin and his valet, telling them that the ship had struck an iceberg, to which Victor replied, Never mind icebergs. What is an iceberg? Then, like many of their fellow passengers, Leontine and Emma grew unconcerned after learning about the collision because they knew that their ship was unsinkable. So Leontine returned to cabin B35, her luxury stateroom, to go back to bed. But not long after, she would have to get up again, along with her maid, and they would not be returning to their cabins. They left their rooms in order to get up on deck and into a lifeboat, for the unsinkable ship was in fact sinking. Benjamin and his valet saw to it that Leontine and her maid both escaped the disaster, helping them get into lifeboat number 9. Translated from French to English, this is how Leontine described it. Quote, "We were in our night clothes. Lifebelts were put around us. On the deck, there was no commotion. Every one of them a perfect gentleman, calmly puffing cigarettes and cigars and watching the women and children being placed in the boats. Emma got into the lifeboat, and then I. We were the last women to leave the ship. Those Englishmen, still with cigarettes in mouth, facing the death so bravely that it was all the more terrible." End quote. From the safety of lifeboat number 9, both Leontine and Emma would endure the freezing cold of the wee hours of the morning, then be rescued by the Carpathia. As for Benjamin and his valet, Victor, there would be no lifeboat, no rescue ship. After Benjamin went to wake up his mistress to tell her to get on deck because the ship was sinking, he reportedly gave this message to a steward: "If anything should happen to me, tell my wife I've done my best in doing my duty." There don't seem to be any reports of Benjamin Guggenheim trying to save himself. He and Victor changed into their finest evening clothes and waited to die. And after both men helped many women and children get into lifeboats, Titanic survivor Rose Ickard said that she saw Benjamin put a rose in his buttonhole, and she heard him say, "We've dressed up in our best and are prepared to go down like gentlemen." And that's what happened. Both men went down with Titanic, and neither body was ever recovered. That was the end of his life, but that would not be the end of Guggenheim's scandals. Meanwhile, on the Carpathia, Leontine was able to send a Marconigram to let her loved ones in Paris know that she had survived. And after that, she pretty much had a mental breakdown. All that she could have known was that whatever plans she had made with Benjamin were as dead as he was. He was her meal ticket in every sense of the word. And because she didn't speak English, he was her connection to the world that he was bringing her to. Needless to say, things didn't work out as they had planned. And I must say that I wonder what their plan was exactly. Benjamin was bringing Ninette to his hometown. Was she to live in his house with his family, and his wife was just going to tolerate his having a mistress? Was he going to bring her to live with his family under the guise of her being a new house servant? Then he could sneak off to her quarters in the middle of the night for sex? Was he going to put her up in an apartment close enough to his home and just go visit her every chance that he got? I really wonder what their plan was. I wonder all the more after finding this newspaper quote about her, which was almost impossible to find. Her name was Leontine, but she was often called Ninette by close relations. Her last name was Aubert, Aubart, but it was often misspelled as Aubert, Aubert, which apparently is a more common French last name. And that's something that I did not know, but I learned thanks to Grace from the Grace Report channel on YouTube, who lives in Paris and helped me out with these names. So this is the only quote that I ever found regarding her condition, and that was after searching for the wrong name. On April 20th, 1912, the New York Star-Eagle printed a long story about how Titanic survivors were faring only days after the disaster. Quote, one French woman in particular, Mrs. Ninette Aubert of Paris, was nearly insane with grief. Her husband has been lost. End quote. Her husband. This had to have gotten back to Mrs. Guggenheim, but clearly none of the writers of that day were able to put together that she had been traveling with one of the most famous men whose name was often in big, bold letters in their other Titanic stories, and that the husband who Ninette was speaking of was none other than the already married Benjamin Guggenheim. I guess that the entire passenger list was taking the what happens on Titanic stays on Titanic approach as far as the press was concerned. After arriving in New York and receiving basic medical treatment, Leontine was able to return to France in early May of 1912, thanks to the White Star Line for making travel arrangements possible for her and her maid to return to Europe on their ship called the Adriatic. This was roughly 3 weeks after the sinking, and her nerves were still, understandably, such a wreck that when she boarded the Adriatic, Leontine had forgotten to bring her steamer, which likely would have been the largest piece of luggage she had. She also left her train tickets that she needed for the final leg of her trip. But eventually, she and Emma made it back home to Paris, and after she had a while to take a deep breath and collect her thoughts, she did what many Titanic survivors eventually got around to doing, and that was suing White Star Line. She was recovering from losing everything. Most of what she owned was what Benjamin had purchased for her, and it all went down with the ship. So when it came time to list all that she needed to be compensated for, she got very detailed. Leontine wanted to be paid for getting sick and suffering permanent injuries from having been subjected to the cold air when she was on the lifeboat. After all, she was rather scantily clad because she had been dressed for bed. She claimed to have been sick, sore, and lame. She also wanted compensation for mental pain, anguish, distress, and impaired senses and faculties. She said that her health and constitution were shattered and her nervous system had been permanently affected. And then, of course, she placed a claim for her lost belongings. I had many trunks of hats and dresses. Nothing could be taken with me. She also had 4,000 pounds worth of jewels in her cabin that Benjamin Guggenheim had purchased for her. And of course, she included that in her suit as well. That's quite an expensive lot of jewelry, especially for a mistress. Now, why was that 4,000 pounds worth of jewels so important? It shouldn't have been, at least not to a millionaire. And that's what Benjamin Guggenheim was, right? A millionaire? That's what all the newspapers said. That's how he lived his life. Well, when his wife, Florette, and their daughters got what was left of his money, she said that she felt like a poor relation. Why was that? After the affair that made the news in 1907, and also after openly flaunting his mistress on the Titanic, Benjamin would embarrass his wife one more time after his death, when it came to his will. But let's get back to the mistress. Leontine, along with many other Titanic survivors, tried to recoup all that they could. Collectively, they wanted to get about $6 million from the luxury ship company. As we all know, Leontine was on the ship with someone else's husband, who she claimed to be her husband. In your opinion, did she deserve to get anything back from White Star Line? I wonder if she ever told them who her quote-unquote husband was. Nothing in print from 1912 ties them together. I did happen to find a passenger list that shows their names on the same page, but nowhere close to each other. But because of how public and open Benjamin was with their relationship, Everything in me believes that the news of Leontine got back to Mrs. Guggenheim. And frankly, I believe that the secrecy that the Guggenheims wanted to keep about his cheating with Mrs. Tosca in 1907, they were successful in obtaining when it came to his Titanic mistress, Leontine. Because there was virtually no mention of her in New York publications after the sinking. But, thanks to Encyclopedia Titanica, there is a little information about Leontine, aka Ninette, after she got home to Paris. Very little information, in fact. There are her Marconigram telegrams, which were in French, but thankfully translated to English. The one that actually was transmitted simply said, "I'm saved, but Ben is lost." The one that didn't go through was meant to let family and friends back home know that she and Emma had both been saved. Beyond that, it is written that Leontine threw some wild parties in the 1920s that got so out of hand that police officers often had to show up to shut them down. She died on October 29th, 1964, just months after her maid, at the age of 77. As for Benjamin, I believe that death on the Titanic was probably easier for him to face than facing his financial reality in front of his wife back home. On May 8th, 1912, about 2 months after his death, the Wall Street Journal had estimated his estate to be worth somewhere between $5 million to $10 million. Then, in December of the following year, 1913, the Wall Street Journal confirmed that, in fact, at the time of Benjamin Guggenheim's death, he owned little more than stock in the International Steam Pump Company. Here's how the Sunday People summed it up. Quote, Mrs. Guggenheim was to discover her husband had squandered $8 million on bad investments. She said she felt like a poor relation when he left his 3 children $500,000. End quote. Well, that is a lot of money missing from what she expected. But that made the remaining Guggenheims broke. But rich people broke, not poor people broke. Adjusted for inflation, that $500,000 in 1913 is worth a little more than $15 million today in 2023. But it's still a far cry from the $5 to $10 million that all the papers reported was his estimated net worth. The $8 million his wife was sure that she and her daughters would get. Oddly enough, when another death hit the family in 1913, this time on Florette Guggenheim's side of the family, the Seligman side, it might have seemed like another opportunity for her to get her hands on some of the family fortune, but it didn't turn out that way for her after her brother, Washington Seligman, committed suicide. Much like her own husband, Florette's brother's fortune was significantly less than what everyone thought it was. His $1 million net worth was reduced to a mere $138,000 after his debts were paid. And $50,000 of that was to go to a quote-unquote friend of his named Anita Sutherland before anyone else got anything. And with only $88,000 left to go around, Florette Guggenheim wouldn't have been able to get much of her brother's money anyway. But the truth was that even if his $1 million had been available at the time of his death and intact, Mrs. Guggenheim wouldn't have gotten any of it anyway. He had left his sister out of his will, not due to bad blood or anything like that. His thought was that she had married well and would not need any money. He had the same clause in place for one of his brothers, Jefferson. His will reading, quote, "Not because I entertain less affection toward either of them than toward any of my other brothers and sisters, but because their circumstances in life are more fortunate than those of my other brothers and sisters." End quote. It was an understandable assumption on her brother's part. The Guggenheim name was synonymous with wealth. Benjamin Guggenheim died relatively broke, but in his lifetime he did earn millions of dollars. And a huge factor in his being able to do so was the head start that he was given by his father, when his father left Benjamin and his siblings very healthy sums of money after his death. And that's something that Benjamin wasn't able to do on the same scale for his own children. It can often be sad or funny in an ironic way to look at how a thing begins versus how it ends. I stumbled upon a story about the wedding of Benjamin Guggenheim and Florette Seligman. The story was printed on the day after their October 24th wedding in 1894. It sounded like it must have been a beautiful occasion held at Delmonico's, which is arguably the genesis for fine dining in America. There were exotic, expensive flowers all over the restaurant, inside and outside, and even on Florette's dress. Florette gave her bridesmaids diamond pins for their gifts. But Florette was the recipient of diamonds and other jewels on that day too. Quote, "The many gifts received by the bride included several checks, each representing a good-sized fortune. Rarely have such handsome jewels of all kinds and in every conceivable setting been received as gifts by one person." End quote. I would like to think that Florette, like many brides, cherished and kept a lot of her wedding presents, and therefore maybe, just maybe, she kept all of those jewels that were gifted to her. So in the end, there is poetic justice for the wife, and not the mistress whose jewels were lost at sea with the man she cheated with. There was so much confusion in the newspapers and through wireless communications after the Titanic sank. No one knew what to believe. Like for the couple we're talking about today, for instance, word got back to their hometown that they were both dead. Their hometown, by the way, was Dowagiac. Dowagiac, Michigan is a town that I had never heard of before I started doing the research for this Titanic passenger scandal for you. But it was put on the map before the Titanic ever set sail. And yes, our first-class passengers from today's story are indirectly related to the town's boom. Dickinson Bishop and Helen Bishop were a pair of newlyweds who were returning home on the Titanic after a several-months-long honeymoon. Their plan was to get off the Titanic and have their chauffeur drive them from New York to Michigan. But we all know that they had to change their plans, mainly because the Titanic sank. But maybe Dickinson and Helen would have been able to get back on track. Spoiler alert, they both survived the sinking. But would Dickinson be able to survive the rumor that he only made it into a lifeboat because he wore a dress and pretended to be a woman? And if that was what people were saying about him, how would his wife feel? Helen. And oh yeah, Helen was his second wife. The truth is that he was only able to afford a first-class ticket on the Titanic because he had inherited millions of dollars from his first wife after she died. He didn't have any money of his own. So the truth was that people were already saying some pretty harsh things about him before he got on the Titanic. You can imagine using that poor dead girl's money to gallivant all over the world with his new wife. He's sickening. The word around town was that Dickinson secretly married his second wife, his Titanic companion, on the first-year death anniversary of his first wife. Exact wedding date aside, what they all knew for sure was that the very next year after wife number one died, Dickinson was married again. Dickinson's first wife had been the pride and joy of their small town, so the people thought that the newly made millionaire could have taken a little more time to grieve. The timing of Dickinson's wedding dates would become a major topic later in his life, and we'll talk about it. But what about Helen? How did she feel about living in the shadows of Dickinson's first beloved wife? Well, Helen didn't care about living in those shadows. She just cared about living. You see, when she and Dickinson were on their honeymoon in Egypt, a tarot card reader told Helen that a shipwreck was in her future. That tarot card reader told Helen some other things that also manifested in real life. I'm going to tell you everything about that, plus the background stories on our Titanic characters and what happened to them after the Titanic. This is a story about bad luck, bad decisions, and possibly the ugliest woman who got into the first Titanic lifeboat, as the ship's lieutenant gave the order that we have all heard about who was to get in the lifeboats before anyone else. Say it with me. Brides and grooms first. Newlyweds first. Yes, Helen claimed that those were the orders that she and her husband were given, not women and children first. Brides and grooms. Apparently, the executives at White Star Line took holy matrimony very seriously, and that's how Dickinson Bishop got into the first lifeboat that was loaded. A total lie and a total hot mess. Let's get into it. Dickinson Bishop, who was also called Dick Bishop, purchased ticket number 11967 for a first-class cabin on the Titanic for himself and his new bride, Helen. The pair got married on November 7th, 1911, and had been honeymooning for 4 months. They visited Egypt, Algiers, Italy, and France. France was their final stop before boarding the Titanic in Cherbourg. We're going to talk about their Titanic voyage that got cut short because of an iceberg. But before we get them on the ship, let's go back in time a little so that we can see how Dick was able to afford to book passage on the most luxurious ship in the world, in one of its finest cabins. And that all comes down to his first wife, Mary Beckwith Lee, the richest girl in Michigan. And no, Mary wasn't a 1900s career gal. She was rich because she was born into money, a lot of it, from her father's side of the family and her mother's. Mary's father was the president of a bank, Citizens State Bank. His salary alone would have been enough to support a very lavish lifestyle for the family. But you know how it goes, often. Money marries money. And before Fred Lee's daughter became the richest girl in town, he had married the richest girl in town. You see, Mary's mother, Kate, was the daughter of Philo D. Beckwith, and he was the founder of the Round Oak Stove Company, which was founded right in Dowagiac in 1871. Philo was the Michigan Stove King. The Michigan Central Railroad ordered heaters from him for all of their depots on the stretch from Detroit to Chicago, and he had a darn good product. Round Oak stoves were made from high-quality materials, and they were durable. They were considered to be the finest heating stove that money could buy. By the 1890s, a lot of imitators had popped up, but they could not match Round Oak's quality, so they didn't last. Round Oak was running the town. It was Dowagiac's biggest employer. Of the 5,000 residents, 1,200 of them were employed by Round Oak. Round Oak was Dowagiac and vice versa. The company sponsored the town's semi-professional baseball team, the Round Oak Baseball Club. Round Oak Stove Company also sponsored the town's band. You guessed it, the Round Oak Band. And that band played at company-sponsored dances that were held in none other than Round Oak Hall. It wasn't quite a company town, but it was pretty close. So, now that we know who Mary's parents were, we have a picture of the family that our Titanic passenger, Dickinson Bishop, married into. I haven't forgotten about him. I just want to show you how he got his money. So let's finish up the story about his first wife and her family, because it's an important part of Dick's story. For without the Beckwith Lee money, Dick doesn't make his way onto the Titanic. Not in first class, for sure. So we've got his first wife's parents, Fred, the bank president, and Kate, the stove heiress. In the 1890s, they were the definition of a power couple. They ran their town, and whatever they wanted, they got, because they could more than afford to get it. And after Kate's father, Philo, died, control of the Round Oak Stove Company went to Kate and Fred. That was a huge money transfer into their hands. One thing that they did with that money, they built a mansion. The fine home was called the Rockery. And look, there's not a problem with millionaires building mansions. Everyone has to live somewhere. But the construction on this mansion was an ongoing matter in 1893, and something else was brewing in that year.
a major economic depression that affected the entire country. It was called the Panic of 1893, and it was no different from any other depression. Workers were getting fired and laid off. The ones who were lucky enough to still have jobs had to budget around pay cuts, reduced salaries. The Round Oak Stove Company laid off workers and cut pay for their remaining workforce. But remember that Kate and Fred are the Round Oak Stove Company, and while their employees had no choice but to feel the economic pinch of the panic, one thing that Fred and Kate Lee did not do was stop construction on their brand new mansion. Needless to say, the people of Dowagiac were angry. But their anger didn't change anything. As 1893 continued, so did the pay cuts, and so did the construction on the mansion. Round Oak ended the year with another round of layoffs, about 50 men.
The people grew angrier. Gone were the days of Philo Beckwith, who sponsored everything that the town needed and wanted. They were left with his daughter, Kate, who had never worked for anything a day in her life, and Kate's husband, Fred, who didn't care about them. All they wanted was to stuff their pockets and move into their new mansion while everyone around them starved. Tensions between the haves and the have-nots came to a boiling point at the start of the next year, when in February of 1894, B.F. Bentley, who had been laid off from Round Oak Stove Company, took his own life. Here's what was written in an 1894 edition of the Herald Republican in a brief simply titled, Suicide. B.F. Bentley, who has been an employee of the Round Oak Stove Works for several months, left home the first of last week and went to Jackson. Friday, word was received here that he had committed suicide at a hotel in that city. He left a letter directed to Mrs. B.F. Bentley of this city, saying he was unable to procure work and was tired of life. He left his family without any means whatever, and the coroner at Jackson was instructed to dispose of the body as he saw fit. End quote. The Round Oak Stove Works employees and former employees were sick and tired, but there was nothing that they could do but be angry and fume. They were as hot as the stoves that they used to get paid to make. And while they tried their best to contain their anger, construction continued at the new mansion for Fred and Kate. The situation in Dowagiac was the same for about a year. The angry workers versus the rich employers. Construction on the mansion was near completion when the Round Oak Stove Workers employees did the one thing that they could do. They went on strike. Round Oak Stove Works? More like Round Oak Stove Won't Work, or something like that. I'm sure that they came up with a more fitting slogan, something more clever, but that's not the point. The point was that these men used the only resource that they had, themselves, in an effort to get the change that they wanted, and kudos to them. Their terms were simple. When Fred and Kate restored their wages, they would get back to work. And what happened? They got replaced the very next day. Now, the new Round Oak guys just didn't have the right stuff. Of course, they would have to learn the ropes, but even when they kinda got it, their production was slow. But Fred and Kate had to show those old workers who was boss, and that they needed to keep their demands to themselves. The response from the original Round Oak workers was to set the company on fire. On March 31st, 1895, someone lit the warehouse on fire. The plan was to burn down the whole complex, as was evidenced by the oil that saturated all of the adjoining buildings. The only reason that the task wasn't completed was that the local fire department put out the blaze before the fire could spread. But some destruction was done. The building that housed the stove trimmings took on $15,000 worth of damage. Adjusted for inflation, that's about $560,000 today in 2024. So while it wasn't enough to shut down the company, it made a statement. The very next week after the fire, the Herald Republican printed that one of the new Round Oak workers lost a finger while operating a polishing machine. That happened on a Wednesday. By that Saturday,
Just 3 days later, the labor dispute was settled, and the original Round Oak workers, all 500 men, were able to report back to work the following Monday. It turned out that the new guys weren't worth the risk. Now everyone was happy, or at least the workers were content. Fred and Kate were happy because it was finally time for them to move into their new mansion, their forever home. But forever didn't last very long for Fred and Kate. At the age of 42, Kate died from an illness in 1900, just 5 years after moving in. She left behind her husband, her daughter Mary, and her massive fortune. This would not be the last time that this family built a mansion for a lady who didn't get to live in it. That's actually how we get to our Titanic husband, and we're almost there. It makes all the sense in the world to think that Fred spent the next few years mourning the loss of his wife. But the truth was that he was already having an affair with another woman while his wife was sick and dying. After Kate died, Fred married his mistress, who was also named Mary, the same name as his daughter he had with Kate. So, he moved his mistress into the mansion he had been sharing with his wife, and a few years later, started construction on a new mansion for his daughter, Mary, who was the first wife of our Titanic husband. And this place that they were building for her was something else. I'm not talking just a big old house, no. When this home was complete, it would be a 28-room English-style mansion, complete with Japanese gardens, a tennis court, and an artificial lake. So you get the idea. Mary was born into the richest family in town. So I'm sure that it was a bit of a shock to her father and the town of Dowagiac when she accepted the marriage proposal from our Titanic husband, Dick Bishop. Completely unlike Mary's family, Dick Bishop's family were working-class folk. His dad won a local political race, but he had a day job. He was a hardware dealer. He wasn't poor. He was earning enough money to pay his bills, not build mansions. Mary was the richest girl in the whole state of Michigan. Dickinson met Mary when he himself was a shoe salesman, a respectable job just like any other job that is legal and pays the bills, but it was odd and completely against the custom of the times for Mary to not wed a young man from a similar socioeconomic background. It would have been strange enough for a young man of means to have married a woman whose family didn't have at least $1 million lying around somewhere, but it was practically unheard of for a young rich woman to marry down, as people say. With a yes from Mary, Dickinson wasn't just marrying into money. Mary's family money came from her parents owning the biggest stove manufacturing company in the world at that time. And Mary's mind was made up. She didn't care that he didn't have money. She loved Dickinson, and that's all that mattered. She wanted to marry him. And they got married. On Wednesday, June 24th, 1908 at 7 o'clock p.m., Mary Lee became Mary Bishop in a grand wedding that was covered by the Detroit Free Press in an article called "State's Richest Girl is Wedded." The story was about the wedding as much as it was about her money. She was the sole heir to $7 million, most of it her mama's stove money. The wedding was held at the Rockery. The reception took place in the fabulous mansion's drawing room, which was spacious enough to hold their 500 guests. There were descriptions written about how the entire first floor of the Rockery was covered in white and pink roses and a few other flowers. It sounds like it was a beautiful ceremony. For a wedding gift, Mary gave Dick a brand new $6,500 car. That's $222,000 today, you guys. And he gave her Dick. Himself, that was his name. After their wedding, they left for their honeymoon. Now, I've heard of long honeymoons before, but how about this? Theirs was 18 months. They would spend the next year and a half in Europe and Japan. What a fascinating way to start off a marriage. I love it.
Little did anyone know that the honeymoon would last them 2/3 of their entire marriage. There is no way that Mary's father, Fred, could have guessed that this would be the case, because he also gave Dick a wedding gift, and his was even more expensive than the car that Mary bought for her new husband. Fred Lee gave Dickinson Bishop a major share in the Round Oak Stove Company. I mean, after all, his little girl couldn't be married to a retired shoe salesman. He needed to look good on paper, and now he did. Everything was looking sunny. You know how it is when people are young and in love and a marriage is starting and there are big hopes for the future. The same was true with Dickinson and Mary. After they returned home from their honeymoon, Mary was pregnant. Everything was going as planned. Construction was almost complete on the new mansion that her parents had built for her. By the time the baby arrived, the new family could get settled into their new place. The baby was due in September of 1910. Then, on September 15th, the baby came on time, a little girl, Pauline Lee Bishop. All of the joy that comes with getting a new baby in the family came with her. And that wonderful feeling lasted for only a very brief time, because baby Pauline died only hours after being born. Mary was critically ill for the entire week after giving birth. Everyone was worried that, like so many mothers before her life would end as a result of childbirth complications. Then on September 26th, hope was restored when Dr. Darling, a highly esteemed surgeon from Ann Arbor, came in town to perform an operation on Mary. The next morning, on the 27th, she was feeling much better. Then, the very next day, on the 28th, she died. The entire town was in mourning. Round Oak Stove Works and her father's bank, Citizens State, shut down operations for a week. You remember that I told you that there were 2 times that a Lee family mansion move-in day didn't go as planned. Well, this was the other one. Mary would never get to start her new life with her husband and daughter. She and Dickinson had scheduled a Christmas time move-in that would never happen. That left Dickinson Bishop with no wife, no child, but a lot of money. With Mary's death, Dickinson was willed everything that had belonged to her, an estate valued at $7 million, having a 3/5 interest in the Beckwith estate, which was now more than his father-in-law. The $7 million alone is worth $230 million today. Dick was loaded. This infuriated Mary's father to no end. Now, the son-in-law who Fred was trying to build up into something on paper to give the appearance that he was worthy of marrying his daughter, the shoe salesman, owned the majority share of the family's business, and there was nothing that Fred could do about it. He was the one who drew up the papers. But it was all supposed to work out in the long term. His daughter wasn't supposed to die, not that soon. But she did. And when she died, Dickinson instantly became a millionaire with no wife or children, and to put it quite simply, he became the most eligible bachelor in the state. He was dubbed the Stove King of Michigan, and the young ladies who never knew his name when he was selling shoes were now all interested in him. He could have his pick. And that is how a shoe salesman was able to buy a ticket for a first-class cabin on the Titanic. Now, Dickinson Bishop, the guy who 2 years before, everybody was thinking, what does that rich girl see in that shoe guy? Now he was the one who the young women were clawing their way to get to, so that they could get their little money-grubbing paws on his dough. Where were they when he was selling shoes? Why weren't they lining up for Dick Bishop back then? Maybe, just maybe, the money made the difference. Well, one girl finally caught his eye, and Dickinson asked her for her hand in marriage. Her name was Helen Margaret Walton, and it might have been love for her because she certainly did not need Dick's fortune. Helen was a 19-year-old woman who came from chair money.
Her father was Gerald F. Walton, and in 1899, he was granted a patent for what was the precursor to the chair that we know today as the Lazy Boy reclining chair. His was the push-button chair, or the Royal Push-Button Chair, that was made from real oak and mahogany. With a simple push of a button, the chair could go into 9 different degrees of reclining. Gerald's chair was most famously sold under the brand name Royal Morris Chair, and it sold hundreds of thousands of units every year. So I want to be very clear when I say that Helen did not need Dickinson Bishop's money. Her father had plenty to give her. So Helen and Dickinson officially got married on November 7th, 1911, a year and a few months after his first wife, Mary, died. You'll know why I said officially in just a little bit. You can imagine that Mary's family, friends, and the town of Dowagiac, where she had been such a prominent and beloved figure, felt that Dick had moved on too soon. But he was a young man and he needed to move on with his life, and he did. But when he got married to Helen, Mary was still very much in the picture and in the headlines, overshadowing his new bride. The headline and the sub-headline that the Niles Daily Sun printed about the society wedding was as much about the newlyweds as the deceased wife. It read, "The wedding was notable. Dick Bishop of Dowagiac leads Margaret Walton of Sturgis to the altar. Go to Egypt for trip. Their home will be beautiful mansion started before his first wife's death." Ouch. I'm sure that Helen loved that. And to be clear, Margaret is Helen. Margaret was her middle name. Their wedding was called the most notable wedding that had ever been held in the city of Sturgis. It took place at St. John's Episcopal Church. The officiant was Reverend Frederick Patterson. Just as Dick's first wife had been the only child of wealthy parents, the same was true of Helen. Her father's chair patent made him the Chair King of Detroit. His success was written about in the wedding article. The only thing mentioned about Dick's parents were their names. His family wasn't notable. He was just a guy who had inherited his dead wife's money. Helen's father was too ill to walk her down the aisle, so he didn't attend. An uncle took his place. It was also shared that the couple would leave for their honeymoon on January 12th. They would set sail for Egypt. That's the only destination mentioned in this story, but they went to a few other places. Interestingly enough, it's what happened in Egypt that plays a very big part in this story, and we're almost there. But before we get our newlyweds on the Titanic, I have to tell you that the last part of their wedding news article expresses that when they return from their honeymoon, they will take up their new residence in the handsome new Bishop home on Main Street, which has never been occupied since its erection. And yes, that was the mansion that was built for his first wife. Let me know if you have any thoughts about that. Fred Lee, the first wife's father, wasn't crazy about it. But he and Dick were in similar situations now. Through no fault of their own, their wives had died. And remember, Kate died, then Fred married the woman he had been cheating with. He moved her into his rather new mansion. Now, Fred's former son-in-law was moving his new wife into the mansion that was built for his beloved and departed daughter, Mary. Fred would just have to deal with it. He got to move on with his life. Why shouldn't his son-in-law? Sure, Dickinson might have moved on a little too quickly for some people's taste, but at least he wasn't cheating on his dying wife. Maybe this ex-father-in-law and ex-son-in-law had more in common than either of them cared to admit. The White Star Line, which owned Titanic, named their ships with names ending in "ick." Before Titanic, they built the Oceanic class of ships. Dick and Helen boarded one of those in New York to start their honeymoon. It was the Adriatic. From there, they visited the Azores, Gibraltar, Egypt, Italy, Spain, and France. Now remember that something important happened in Egypt. Well, here it is. Helen met a fortune teller, tarot card reader, while she was there. And this person gave Helen a prophecy which really stuck with her. The fortune teller told Helen that she would survive a shipwreck. I already told you that Helen and Dick survived the Titanic disaster. But there was more to the prophecy. Helen was also told that she would survive an earthquake, and then, in an automobile accident, she would die. So now, let's get our newlyweds on the Titanic. As I mentioned, the last stop on their honeymoon was France. Dickinson and Helen spent a few days in Paris before traveling to Cherbourg to board the Titanic. And at this point, I have to mention that seeing that tarot card reader wasn't the only highlight of their honeymoon. While the couple was in Italy, they picked up something really special in Florence, a little dog named Frau. So it was the three of them who boarded the Titanic on Wednesday, April 10th, around 7 that evening. After checking in, Helen received a little favoritism from the steward. Maybe it was because she was rich, or because she was pretty, or maybe it was because Frau was so cute. But for whatever reason, Helen was given the permission to keep her dog in their cabin instead of the ship's kennels, where the dogs were supposed to go. The steward said that the dog was just too pretty to have to stay with the other animals. So, to the Dickinson's cabin, Frau went. Their cabin, by the way, was first-class cabin B49, which was located on the starboard side of B deck, their home for the next few days that the Titanic stayed above water. It was well-appointed and luxurious, what you would expect from a first-class stateroom on the Titanic. It was just what Helen and Dick needed to have a calming voyage back to the United States. But Helen's concern was that Frau was comfortable, so she made a bed for her out of 2 suitcases. For the newlyweds, the next few days were filled with excitement. They were on the ship of dreams, heading home from a dream honeymoon and on the way to start a new dream life. What could be better? I mean, we know what was going on that fabulous ship. They were socializing with the grandest people high society had to offer. They were eating the best food at sea, enjoying the most state-of-the-art amenities that had ever existed on a ship. But you and I know what they didn't know in the moment when they were living it up on the Atlantic. They were scheduled to arrive in New York on Wednesday, April 17th, but April 14th would be the Titanic's last full day above water. It started a little differently from all of the previous days on board because April the 14th was a Sunday. So the dining saloon where first-class passengers had just feasted on a delectable meal the night before had been converted to a church where the ship's captain, Edward J. Smith, would lead the service. That morning, he canceled the lifeboat drill that was on the schedule for the day. After church services in all classes, the schedule went on as usual. There was lunch service, then tea service, giving the ladies in first class a moment to socialize and gossip. Throughout the day, Captain Smith had received iceberg warnings which he did not ignore. In fact, he changed Titanic's course, heading slightly south of his original path, but he did not lower the ship's speed. After night fell, it was time for the ladies of first class to put on their best gowns and jewels for dinner service. If your husband was a wealthy man, it was your job to show it off. So dinner in first class on the Titanic was as much of a meal service as it was a fashion show, with the ladies peacocking around in their expensive dresses, which lay over their corsets that cinched their waists so tightly that they could barely breathe. Somehow, they still managed to eat. And as they were eating on the night of the 14th, First Officer William Murdoch was starting his shift, relieving Second Officer Charles Lightoller as the officer of the watch. Lookouts Frederick Fleet and Reginald Lee began their watch in the Titanic's crow's nest. The night was calm, unusually calm, making icebergs extremely difficult to see, and to make matters worse, the binoculars that belonged in the crow's nest were nowhere to be found. At 10:55 p.m., the nearest ship to the Titanic, the Californian, radios the Titanic with this message from its only wireless operator, Cyril Evans. "Say, old man, we are stopped and surrounded by ice." To which Titanic's senior wireless operator, John Phillips, replied, shut up, I am busy. I am working Cape Race," meaning that he was listening to wireless signals coming from Cape Race, Newfoundland, Canada, which were farther away than the Californian and much more faint. And with that, Operator Evans switched off his radio and went to bed for the night, leaving the closest ship to Titanic unable to receive a signal from Titanic when she would really need to send one, which would be in about 45 minutes. The Californian's wireless operator wasn't the only one tucking into bed at that time. So were Helen and Dick Bishop. A little after 11 p.m., Helen had fallen asleep. The atmosphere in their cabin was peaceful. Dickinson was in their bedroom, awake reading, when all of a sudden, there was a slight vibration in the ship. A bump. That would have been 11:40 p.m. when the starboard side of Titanic scraped an iceberg. It didn't seem like much of anything to the night owls who were awake playing cards and gambling, but it was enough for Dick to alert Helen to wake up and get dressed. They both put on some clothes and went up on deck, but as they looked around, they didn't see anything unusual. It was cold, uncomfortably cold, as Helen said, but that was to be expected. They looked all over the deck, walked up and down a couple of times, and saw nothing. One of the stewards met them and laughed at them, saying, "You go back downstairs. There's nothing to be afraid of. We've only struck a little piece of ice and passed it." Boy, oh boy, was he wrong. But it put Dick and Helen at ease, and they went back to their stateroom to retire for the night. Or so they thought. Only 15 minutes later, fellow passenger Albert Stewart knocked on their door, telling the couple to go up to A deck. Mr. Stewart helped to save their lives that night, and unfortunately, he would not make it out of the Titanic disaster alive. But we have an excerpt from a letter that Helen wrote to Albert's sister. It tells us what happened in the next few minutes after Albert knocked on the door of Dick and Helen. It reads, "On the evening of the disaster, we left Mr. Stewart in the lounge about 11 o'clock and did not see him again until he knocked at our door sometime after the disaster. This was after we had dressed, gone up on deck, and gone to our beds again. Mr. Stewart said, 'Dickie Bird, you'd better come up on deck and amuse yourself,' in a tone that warned us. We dressed carefully and warmly and met him upstairs in about 10 minutes. He was also dressed warmly. When the order came to put on life belts, we all separated and met again, almost in no time. We went at once up on the boat deck. Mr. Stewart gathered together Mr. and Mrs. Harder, Mr. Bishop, and me, shouting to us not to worry. The steam made so much noise that we could hardly hear a word. A few minutes later, Mr. Stewart said, 'You 4 kiddies stay together and get in the first lifeboat. I'll be right back here.' 3 minutes afterward, we were pushed into the first lifeboat. Mr. Stewart had gone inside, but there were not more than 50 people on the whole deck when we left. We expected he would follow in the next. The rest of the horrible details you know. We never saw him again." End quote. Well, after Helen and Dickinson were up on A deck, they met up with the ship's richest passenger, John Jacob Astor, who was a hero that night. Helen saw him approach Captain Smith, who was walking down the grand staircase. As Helen put it, the captain told Astor something in an undertone. He didn't say exactly what the captain told him, and Helen didn't hear it for herself. But whatever it was, it had to have been serious, because the next thing that happened was that John Jacob Astor came and told Helen and everyone standing close to them to put on their life belts. At this time, Dick was in their cabin, putting on warmer clothes and getting a fur muff for Helen and getting her dog, little Frau Frau. With the orders from Astor, Helen went back to her stateroom where her husband was still preparing to leave the Titanic. She dressed in warmer clothes and put on a life belt. And those were the only things that she retrieved from her cabin. We've heard so many stories about how people on the Titanic were stuffing their coat pockets with cash and jewelry to take with them on their lifeboats. But Helen didn't care about any of that stuff, and she had plenty of it.
3 gold purses, a platinum chain with a diamond plaque, a pearl necklace with an emerald drop, 16 rings set with diamonds, sapphires, rubies, and emeralds, a string of pearls, another string of corals, a platinum bracelet, and a few sets of emerald and pearl earrings. $650,000 worth of stuff. But it turns out that the one thing that was priceless to her, the only thing that she cared about in that room, was the one thing that she did not retrieve to take with her on the lifeboat, and that is little Frau Frau. You guys, I hate this part of the story. If you've been here, you probably know that I am an animal lover. If you're new here, now you know. I know that I said that Dick went to get the fur muff for Helen and her dog, but Helen decided against taking Frau Frau with them. In her mind, she had no choice. As she later stated in an interview after the tragedy, I realized that there would be little sympathy for a woman carrying a dog in her arms when there were lives of women and children to be saved. I feel the loss of my little dog most of all. I will always remember how she tugged at my dress when I started to leave. She wanted to go with me so much." End quote. And I had to admit that I'm not sure how to feel about that statement, especially after learning just how empty Helen's lifeboat was. But we'll get there. Let me know what you think about that. I don't think that there are any wrong answers or ways to feel about it. So now, with tears in her eyes that might have been turning into icicles on her face because of the 32-degree freezing temperature that night, Helen went back on deck. Dick was right behind her. At this point, it was about 12:45 a.m., April 15th, when the famous order went out, as Helen recalled it. "Husbands and wives first. Newlyweds first. Fellas, grab your ladies and get into a lifeboat because there's nothing more important than holy matrimony. Children, get back. The husbands and wives can make more of you when they get to safety." Okay, I added on to that last part, but Helen really did tell the press that she and her husband were the first couple in a lifeboat because they were just following orders. The officers said, "Husbands and wives first." She would change that statement later, but let's just get on with our story and get lying Helen onto the lifeboat. Lifeboat number 7, the first lifeboat to leave the Titanic. Now, in addition to 25-year-old Dick and 19-year-old Helen, there was another young honeymooning couple in lifeboat number 7, John Pillsbury Snyder and his wife Nell. He was 24, she was 23. But they were the only other newlyweds. Also in number 7 were Robert Williams Daniel, a banker, Alfred Norney, a young man who was pretending to be a baron, and Dorothy Gibson, a silent screen actress. We have covered her story on this channel, and if you have seen it, you know that she was out for herself. Actually, Andrew Wilson, the author of Shadow of the Titanic, described all of the passengers of lifeboat number 7 as people with an overwhelming sense of self-preservation. That's a nice way of putting it. So here they were, the first ones to leave Titanic. Their job now was to row their little boat as far away from the big boat as possible, so that when Titanic sank, as she surely would, they would not sink with her. It wasn't the most ladylike thing to do, but even Helen took up an oar and rowed. It was a matter of survival. But guess who refused to row? The fake Baron. He sat in the lifeboat and puffed on a stinky pipe while everyone else rowed. Besides the 24-year-old, able-bodied fake Baron, the everyone else in number 7 consisted of 27 other people, leaving room for 37 more souls who could have lived on. Each lifeboat could hold 65 passengers. If the point of sacrificing Frau Frau was so that another human could live, these numbers on the lifeboat just weren't adding up. But I understand that they didn't know exactly what the situation would be when they got to the lifeboats, so let's move on.
Now we have everyone in number 7 taking turns rowing to get away from the very ship that just days before everyone in the world wanted to be on. But at this moment, it was clear that Titanic was sinking. The ladies were afraid the Titanic was going down and she was going to take their lifeboat with her. They were so scared. So Helen tried to calm their nerves and tell them a story. She told them about the fortune teller in Egypt and the fortune that she was given. There were 3 parts to it. 1, she was going to survive a shipwreck. Well, that had just happened. 2, she was also going to survive an earthquake. And 3, she was going to be killed in an automobile accident. Perhaps she dismissed her fortune when she heard it on her honeymoon as just something that tourists do when they go to visit Egypt. But now, Helen was looking at that fortune as the gospel truth. That meant that she had a lot more living to do. It gave her peace. She didn't need to worry about whether or not a rescue ship was coming because she knew that down the line she was going to survive an earthquake, and years after that, as an old woman, she would die in a car accident. Whether or not Helen's story did anything to calm the nerves of her fellow passengers is unclear, but it did help Helen. She was at peace, like the water before her. As she recalled it, quote, "The water was like glass. There wasn't even the ripple usually found on a small lake. By the time we had pulled away 100 yards, the lower row of portholes had disappeared. When we were a mile away, the second row had gone, but there was still no confusion. Indeed, everything seemed to be quiet on the ship until her stern was raised out of the water by the list forward. Then a veritable wave of humanity surged up out of the steerage and shut the lights from our view. We were too far away to see the passengers individually, but we could see the black mass of human forms and hear their death cries and groans." End quote. And even with that frightening and sorrowful scene, there was a man on the bishop's lifeboat who still tried to cheer up the ladies after the Titanic sank. And his actions are all the more incredible and honorable when you take into consideration that this man had just watched the ship go down with his brother on it. He knew that his own brother was dead. This man was George Hogg, a lookout on the Titanic crew. As the Titanic took its final plunge into the ocean, George held his hand over his face to try to hide his grief. Everyone in lifeboat number 7 was stunned, but he was the only one who had a relative still on the ship. Even with that, immediately after it sank, he made it his business to try to cheer up the women on the lifeboat. That is what we call a true gentleman. I don't think that chivalry is dead today, but this was a time when men held a strong belief that women were far more emotionally frail than men, and they saw it as a duty to treat them with a little more sensitivity in times like this one. Helen put her feelings about George Hogg in plain words. She said, "We all thought a great deal of that man." For the next few hours, there was nothing to do on the lifeboat except to try to keep warm and think happy thoughts. As Helen and Dick snuggled up to each other to share body heat, Helen thought back to her wedding day and how beautiful it was. Dick tried his best to hold on to the notion that making it off of Titanic alive was a good omen for the rest of his life. He was happy to still have a life. He kept his eyes peeled for a rescue vessel, for that would be the start of a new chapter in his life. At this point, he was hoping that the Egyptian tarot card reader's fortune was true, because that would mean that most likely he had more of a life to live too. And then it happened. In the early morning hours of April 15th, he saw the lights of Carpathia in the distance, letting him know that everything was going to be okay. Though lifeboat number 7 passengers were the first to leave Titanic, they were the 4th boat to be loaded into the Carpathia, Titanic's rescue vessel. Meanwhile, back home in the States, nobody knew what to think because the papers kept getting it wrong. The Monday morning edition of the Buffalo Commercial reported that all of the Titanic passengers were safe. No lives lost.
Not only that, they reported that the Titanic was being towed by the steamship Virginian and that it might be saved. Well, we know that later they would have to print a retraction. With telegraph technology in full use at the time, sending and receiving information was easy, but getting the correct information during a catastrophe like this one proved to be a bit more difficult. Apparently, the first word that Dick and Helen's families received was that they were dead. So you can imagine their relief when they learned the truth, that the couple was alive and well, just a bit shocked from all that had transpired. And conversely, you can imagine the overwhelming grief that thousands felt around the world after learning that everyone did not survive, and that in fact the loved ones of 1,517 people would now be in mourning, and a far smaller number would get the closure of receiving their loved ones' remains, as only 337 bodies were recovered from the wreckage. Well, the next day, April 16th, the Saginaw News got it right when it came to Dick and Helen. It reported that they were alive, which brought a sense of relief to their part of Michigan. But that didn't come close to how Helen's parents felt when they went to New York and laid their eyes on their own daughter and son-in-law. When the Carpathia arrived in New York on April 18th at 9:25 p.m., Helen's parents were there to greet them upon their rainy return. They all stayed at the Waldorf Astoria Hotel that night. Then, Dickinson and Helen stayed in New York for 2 more weeks. They needed to replenish their wardrobes, so they did some shopping. The couple would later testify at the Titanic disaster hearings, which were also held at the Waldorf Astoria. That gave them a reason to extend their New York stay a little longer. On Saturday, April 20th, the Niles Daily Sun recorded Helen's account of what happened to her and Dick on the Titanic. I'm going to share with you her exact words. However, so as to not be redundant, I'll refrain from sharing most of the parts that we have already discussed. In part, quote, "The girl who occupied a stateroom across from us refused to get up, and the stewards pulled her out of bed. She got back in and sank with the ship. When we got on deck, there were a few people there, but there was tons of ice on the forepart of the ship. We were in the first lifeboat to be lowered over the side. Someone said, 'Put in the brides and grooms first.' There were 3 newly married couples who went in that boat. Altogether, there were 28 in our boat. There might as well have been 40 or 50, but the half-hundred men on deck refused to leave, even though there was room for them. For a moment, the ship seemed to be pointing straight down, looking like a gigantic whale submerging itself head first. One dining room steward, who was in our boat, was thoughtful enough to bring green lights, the kind you burn on 4th of July. They cast a ghastly light over the boat, but we had no lights of any kind. I think all lifeboats ought to be equipped with lights, crackers, and water and compasses. Whenever we would light one of these diminutive torches, we would hear cries from the perishing people aboard. They thought it was help coming." End quote. The thought of those people thinking that help was on the way for them? Something about that just sends chills down my spine. But now, before we go on to the statements that the bishops made at their Titanic inquiry/Senate hearings, I want to remind you of this part of her quote, because it's, well, let's just say different from what she shared at the hearings. Remember, she said that we were first in the lifeboat to be lowered over the side. Someone said, "Put in the brides and grooms first." Okay, well, the bishops were subpoenaed to testify before the Senate committee on April 30th, and when they did, Helen's story changed. All of a sudden, there weren't 3 newlywed couples in lifeboat number 7, and there was no call from any Titanic crew member or anyone else to say brides and grooms first. As she testified, quote, "An officer took me by the arm and told me to get into the boat quickly, and my husband was pushed in with me. There were 12 women, 13 men, and 3 members of the crew. There were a number of unmarried men aboard." End quote. Notice that Helen only mentioned that there were men and women in number 7. No children. That's of particular interest to me because in her first account to the news media, she also mentioned that she had taken off her stockings and given them to a little girl who hadn't had as much time to dress herself as Helen had. From her Niles Daily Sun article, I quote, "I took off my stockings and gave them to a little girl who hadn't had as much time to dress as I had." End quote, her words. Was Helen simply shocked and saying whatever came to her mind, or was she lying and trying to make herself look like a better person than she was? I have to say that none of the Titanic research shows that there were any children at all in lifeboat number 7. So to me, it looks like Helen was lying and trying to make her husband look like the opposite of a coward, because she knew that he certainly would be considered one for getting on the very first lifeboat when there were several women and children who needed to be rescued. And if you know your Titanic history, you know that J. Bruce Ismay, the chairman of White Star Line, lived the rest of his days after Titanic being labeled a coward because, like our Dick Bishop, he made it off of the Titanic alive. Even after his death, in James Cameron's Titanic, he is depicted in one of the film's most memorable scenes, being lowered on a lifeboat and hanging his head in shame. And while he did escape the sinking ship, he wasn't like Dick Bishop. Bruce Ismay helped to get many of the survivors loaded into lifeboats before saving himself and getting into Collapsible Sea, the third to last lifeboat lowered into the water. That was just the code for gentlemen in those times, to sacrifice themselves for the sake of their women and children. It was called dying an honorable death. But let's be real. Dick wasn't really one of those gentlemen. He didn't grow up in that class. He only had access to those social circles because of his dead wife's money. So maybe it was too much to expect of him to conduct himself like John Jacob Astor or Benjamin Guggenheim and bravely go to his death. So Dick had to wear the label of coward too, something that we can guess didn't make Helen proud. Luckily for Dick, he didn't have to testify about how he found himself in the very first lifeboat. His testimony was about the trouble that Titanic crew members were having with closing the watertight compartments. He had witnessed their attempts with his own eyes. After testifying, their plan was to have their chauffeur drive them back to Dowagiac in the couple's luxurious loggia. The chauffeur got them to Buffalo before they had to change plans. The weather was awful. Too bad to make the drive to Michigan. So Dick and Helen took a train the rest of the way home. They had stepped onto the Titanic as a party of 3. Dick, Helen, and Frau Frau. They did not know that they left the Titanic as a party of 3. Dick, Helen, and their embryo. Helen didn't know it then, but she was carrying Dickinson's baby. He got her pregnant on the Titanic. Now, there was that feeling of optimism in the air for Dickinson, the kind that he had felt when his first wife was pregnant and their new home was being finished. The Bishops had just survived the greatest maritime disaster of all time, and they were high on life. The days only got better and better, and then the best gift of all came for Dick and Helen on December 9th, 1912, when their child was born. A baby boy they named Randall Bishop. Surely now the Christmas of 1912 would be the best one ever. For Dick, it was almost like picking up where he had left off with wife number 1. Now the house was ready for move-in and the baby was coming home, except this time it was a boy and not a girl like before. I'm sure that King Henry VIII would have loved that, but we're not talking about him today. Well, that was December 9th. Then on December 10th, it felt even more like Dick was picking up his story where he left off with his first wife, when baby Randall died at 10 o'clock that morning, not even living a full day. The Niles Daily Star printed a short story about it. To make the déjà vu even more traumatic for Dickinson, Helen was really ill after delivering the baby.
Was she going to die too, just like Mary had? Happily for Dickinson, Helen recovered. It only made sense that her physical recovery happened more quickly than her emotional recovery. To say that her spirits were down in the dumps after losing her only child is an understatement. Now it was 1913, more than a month since having and losing her baby. Helen's doctors suggested that she could lift her spirits by taking a vacation. Her prescription was a trip out of Michigan to someplace warmer. So the bishops followed the doctor's orders and went to vacation in sunny California. And guess what happened while they were there? An earthquake. You can imagine that this had the opposite effect of the point of this vacation, which was to help settle Helen's nerves. Now she was a nervous wreck, no pun intended, just waiting for a car accident to take her out for good. That was the prophecy. She would survive a shipwreck, check. She would survive an earthquake, check. She would die after a car accident. Now, for poor Helen, she couldn't think about anything else. In her mind, the earthquake and the car accident weren't supposed to happen until she was a very old woman. Now here she was, not even a full year after surviving the Titanic, and 2/3 of the prophecy was already fulfilled. She was scared. So Helen needed a vacation from this vacation. Near the end of that year, she was finally ready to try to get out of the house and have a little fun after Dick convinced her to go away for a couple of days for a party in the nearby city of Kalamazoo. You see, on November 4th, which was a Tuesday, there was a big soiree at the Kalamazoo Country Club. You can party during the week when you have millions of dollars and you don't have to get up for work on Wednesday morning. Well, this party had it all: music, dancing, and plenty of alcohol. A combination that had Helen feeling loose as a goose and finally out of her funk. She didn't want the night to end, but Dick did. Happy to see that Helen was finally having a fun night after being depressed for almost a year, he didn't want her night to end just because he was tired. So he left Helen at the party with his cousin, Bartlett Dickinson, who, yes, had the same last name as Dick's first name, and their mutual friend, Dr. Dan Eaton. Those three stayed at the party until after 3 o'clock in the morning. Remember, this was Michigan in November. It was cold. It was freezing that night. When they got to their car, their windshield was covered with ice. Now, this was a time when cars were designed that allowed drivers to lower their windshields. No windshield would have meant no ice, which would have meant that Bartlett would have been able to see clearly. It also would have meant that the three of them would have been very cold on the way back to the hotel. So, Bartlett took a risk and drove with the windshield up, the frost making it nearly impossible for him to see his driving path. Helen and Dr. Dan rode in the back seat, exhausted from the night's festivities. Bartlett, probably just as exhausted as his passengers and ready to get in bed for the night, was driving fast. Too fast when he turned a corner on Lavelle Street and lost control of his car, smashing it right into a tree. The scene was a nightmare. The force of the impact sent Bartlett flying through the front windshield. Dr. Eaton's body only hit the back of the front seat. Still, both men were knocked unconscious. That was bad enough, but Helen certainly got the worst of it. Her body was hurled through the front windshield and up in the air through the branches of the tree that the car hit until she landed on a hard, icy cement walkway 30 feet away from the car. And she landed on the top of her head. Well, there were witnesses and they were scrambling trying to help Helen, Dr. Eaton, and Bartlett. Thankfully, there was a doctor who lived near the accident scene, Dr. William Tomlinson. He arranged for the victims to be carried to his house for immediate medical attention. Bartlett had sustained a number of serious cuts, and Dr. Eaton suffered a concussion. But poor Helen was hanging on for dear life. According to Dr. Tomlinson, quote, "It was at first difficult to see how seriously Helen was injured, as she appeared to be bleeding from a large bruise on her head. But once she and the two men were sped by ambulance to Bourges Hospital, it became all too apparent." End quote. What became apparent to the medical staff was this: Helen's skull had been crushed, and her condition was critical. Along with her crushed skull, she had suffered a number of internal injuries. Was the fortune teller's prophecy fulfilled in less than 2 years? Was this the car crash that was going to end her life? It surely looked that way. Dick's friends tracked him down at the Burdick Hotel, where he was in bed, waiting for Helen to come join him. As soon as he learned about the accident, he made arrangements for his personal family physician to get to Helen straight away. Dick's chauffeur, Earl, drove Dr. Green at top speed to get him to the hospital. And that's how it was reported, top speed. And that had to have been true, because from the time that the doctor got the call from Dick, it took him less than an hour to get to Helen's hospital room. Now, I understand that it was an emergency, and I'm glad that the doctor arrived safely, but I do think that it was stupid to speed to the hospital. A speeding driver was the thing that started all of this in the first place. Anyway, it wasn't looking good for Helen. Dr. Green and multiple surgeons operated on Helen's brain in the hours following the car wreck. They removed portions of her skull and brain. In addition to removing the damaged brain tissue, healthy brain tissue was also removed because it contained fractions of her skull. This was no ordinary operation. Before it was over, Helen was partially paralyzed. There could be no coming back from this. So her parents were called to be at her bedside. They couldn't fix her, but they could hold her hands while she was dying. She wouldn't have to die alone. Not only were her husband and her parents with her, so was Michigan, as readers of the local papers mourned the death of the young Titanic bride. Sure, she had been reported dead before when the Titanic went down, but that was just hearsay that got back to her family. Now it was printed in the paper, so it had to be true, right? Well, even though the Detroit news sources had Helen in her grave, she actually, surprisingly, pulled through. While everyone was planning her funeral, she had regained consciousness and even spoke a few words. A couple of days later, she was breathing on her own. Everyone was so busy planning her death that no one, not even her doctors, had come up with a course of action to take just in case she had survived. So quickly, they decided on a course of treatment for her. It was something that was brand new, but it was worth a try. The doctors would fix a silver plate over Helen's skull to protect the part of her brain that was damaged. Because of the incisions for this procedure, she would have to spend the rest of her life wearing wigs. But at least she would have a life. The surgery was a success. And just when she was ready to be released from the hospital, after a little over a month, she had to deal with another health emergency: appendicitis. After being treated for that for an additional month, Helen was finally discharged from the hospital in January of 1914. Nobody could believe it. Helen couldn't believe it, but she was alive. She cheated death, and now she was ready to live it up. Helen felt invincible. The press thought that she was too. There were stories printed about her suggesting that perhaps she was incapable of dying. This notion might have been reinforced to her after she survived yet another car crash. This one was on September 19th, 1914, the same year that she was released from her car wreck surgeries and appendicitis operation. This time, she was driving, and there was no one to blame except for herself. That Saturday, she was out driving one of her fancy cars and ran into a taxi cab with her coupe. She seriously injured W.S. Swartz, the taxi driver, and walked away from the incident unharmed. Doesn't that happen far too often, when the bad driver hurts the person they crash into and not themselves? But for Helen, this was yet another car wreck that she survived. Maybe she really was incapable of dying.
Or maybe the final card of the tarot card reader's prophecy really was going to happen way later in her life, like she had originally thought. Anyway, Helen's behavior grew more erratic with each day. Whatever she thought about doing, she just did it. Partying, spending money like crazy, and clearly driving carelessly. Maybe she was acting this way because she felt invincible. Maybe her brain surgeries were affecting her behavior. After all, she had more than one surgery right after the Kalamazoo wreck. And she had just had another one near the end of 1914. The purpose of it was to relieve pressure from her brain. And recall, in those first brain operations, some of her healthy brain tissue had to be removed. Maybe that's why she wasn't acting like herself. Maybe that was why Dick didn't recognize his wife anymore. Whatever the reason for her unpredictable behavior, Dick couldn't take it anymore. Dick was tired of it, and he was tired of her. And he turned to drinking, heavily. Their marriage was falling apart. And to top it all off, now, once again, it was Christmas time. Dick's wife was seriously ill, with the papers reporting that she was probably going to die. Helen had left Michigan to go shopping in Chicago. Now, I can say, I've heard of a shopping spree. I've even gone on a few in my life. But this thing that Helen was on was called a shopping tour of Chicago. And it sounds like something that only a really rich person can do. Well, while in Chicago, she fell ill in her hotel room. Just what the sickness was not disclosed. But as awful as it seemed to be, Helen recovered yet another time. That was how the Bishops closed the year 1914. I could find nothing about their marriage in the year of 1915. And because of the first thing that I found in 1916, it makes me feel like they were laying low and putting on appearances. I know that a lot of us who watch this channel are Downton Abbey fans. And this point in the Bishop's marriage reminds me of a line from Violet Crawley, who was so brilliantly played by Maggie Smith. She said something like, "People like us are never unhappily married." I always felt that people like us meant super wealthy people, and Dick and Helen fit the bill. They weren't supposed to be unhappy in marriage or anything at all because they were filthy rich. Well, they rang in the new year of 1916 by shocking their society colleagues when it became front-page news that Helen had filed for divorce on the grounds of cruelty and Dick's drunkenness. The details were suppressed, but the accusations were enough to stain Dickinson's reputation. Think about it. There were already whispers about just what he must have done to get into a Titanic lifeboat so quickly. The first lifeboat off of the Titanic? The people in Michigan knew exactly how he had done it. He pretended to be a woman. Little Dickinson put on one of his wife's dresses that he bought for her in Paris. He had to wear one of her big hats, too, to cover his face, or everybody would have thought that he was the ugliest woman on the ship. Surely that was the only way any first-class gentleman could have made it off of that sinking ship so fast. But oh yeah, he wasn't a proper gentleman, was he? He wasn't born into money or an esteemed family name. He was just a shoe salesman who was living the high life off of his dead wife's money. And you know what else? The word around town is that Dickinson had a secret wedding, getting married to Helen on the first anniversary of the death of his first wife. So a guy like that, well, it's no surprise that he was beating his wife and drinking too much. Or maybe he was just some shallow guy who was only into Helen for her good looks and he wasn't attracted to her now that she had to wear wigs. Yeah, the people around town had been talking about Dickinson a lot since his first wife died, and they all thought that he married Helen way too soon after Mary's passing, and they thought less of him because of it. So the townspeople filled in the blanks for what had been suppressed from the news media regarding the Bishop divorce. Helen and Dick had been separated for 3 months before Helen was granted the divorce. Dick didn't even show up to defend himself. His attorney was present, but he didn't even object to any of the accusations that had been made against Dick. And those accusations were made by Helen
and a young man whose name was left off of the record, but the very next day, the Herald Press identified him as Mr. Parker from Coldwater. They had all of the juicy details. We'll get there. And finally, the last witness was Helen's father. It was kind of sad if you think about it. Only one of Helen's parents was able to attend her wedding, and it was her mother. Now, the whole marriage was over in just a few short years, and her father, who had not been able to attend her wedding, was present for a divorce, speaking against his son-in-law. And you know how it goes. Once the divorce was made public, their friends had something to say about it. They all knew all along that this marriage was horrible. Oh yeah, Helen and Dick, they had been separated since last October. Oh yeah, Dick took Helen back home to her parents' house and told her father, "Here's your daughter, take her back, she's impossible." Oh yeah, she went to her parents' summer home at Klinger Lake, and Dick went off to New York, like he didn't even have a wife. They had a lot to say about Dick. But Helen wasn't exactly made out to be an angel in the situation. She was characterized as an awful driver and a squanderer of money, with the paper saying of her, quote, "Mrs. Bishop, who is an enthusiastic motorist, is said to have terrified the people of her town and surrounding country with her reckless, speed-mad driving. And during the early fall, she spent much time in Chicago, where she startled her friends with her lavish wardrobe expenditure." End quote. Okay, so it's not just me. Even her rich friends thought that her shopping tour of Chicago was a bit excessive. Dickinson was in New York and not available for a comment. He didn't even want to speak in the hearing, so that only makes sense. Helen told the press that she didn't want to talk about it either. And this is the only quote that I saw from her. It reads, "I just want as little said about it as possible. I obtained it on grounds of drunkenness and extreme cruelty. I have nothing to say as to whether any cash settlement was made." End quote. Now, Helen, I don't want to talk about it, but I want to be sure that you all know that Dick was drunk and cruel. That's all. Nothing more to say. Okay, Helen, and what about your homicidal driving tendencies? No comment on that? Okay. Anyway, the Herald did also mention that there was a lump sum cash payment to be made to Helen, and they made sure to make it very clear of the origins of that money, printing, quote, 10 years ago, Dickinson Bishop was a shoe clerk in Dowagiac, drawing a meager salary. He became infatuated with Mary Lee, accredited at that time the richest girl in Michigan. Then in one brief year, Mary Lee died, also her baby, leaving her young husband heir to all her millions. Then Bishop was a much sought youth, and society girls in all southwestern Michigan, including some well-known in Kalamazoo, viewed him and his millions with much interest. End quote. The Herald wrote about the death anniversary wedding too, making sure to mention that it was just a rumor. Quote, "Rumor has it that they were secretly married on the first anniversary of the death of Bishop's first wife, but there is no evidence to prove this." End quote. If it was true, this didn't only make Dickinson look bad, it made Helen look bad too. So did she deserve any of his first wife's millions? Maybe a fraction of 1 million. $100,000 to be exact. That was the reported payout from Dick to Helen. Chump change. Scraps. Worth only a lousy $2.8 million today. It seemed like that was why Helen didn't want to talk about her divorce, because she was ashamed of the pennies that she was getting for the alimony. But there is a little confusion in the papers about whether or not that $100,000 was just the lump sum one-time payment, or if Helen was supposed to receive $100,000 per year for life, because it is written both ways, the lump sum in one paper, the yearly payments in the next paper. Either way, both interpretations were correct, because it was a lump sum, and it was every year for the rest of her life. Because, you see, Helen wouldn't be alive the next year to collect another payment if there was another one on the way. Every year for the rest of her life was going to last a shorter time than anyone saw coming. Generally speaking, we don't know when our time is up on this earth. And Helen didn't know either. All that she knew was that she was alive, and that at that moment, she was going to squeeze every bit of enjoyment that she could out of each day. So she didn't cry about that measly divorce settlement. She used part of that $100,000 to take herself and a friend on a cruise to the West Indies and Panama. The friend was Mrs. O.W. Cannon, a society lady who lived in Danville, Illinois. And the ladies left only a couple of weeks after Helen's divorce was finalized. And something strange happened that people were trying to turn into a scandal, but it really did seem innocent. There was a young man on Helen's return ship, Philip Edgar Grant. He was working as a bathroom steward. Well, it turned out that she knew this young fellow. He came from a well-off family, but had lost his way. He had dropped out of college. He had been studying at Cornell University when the bright lights of New York City took his attention away from his studies. Those bright lights and a chorus girl for whom he had completely fallen. His school books just weren't as interesting as the long legs of the chorus girl. So he just lost his focus and ended up working on a cruise ship. When Helen ran into him on her voyage home, she was shocked, seeing him working as a bathroom steward when she knew his family and knew that he was headed down a more prestigious path than that. All that she did was make sure that the young man got in touch with his parents, who didn't know where he had gone after dropping out of school, and Helen used her connections to get him a better-paying job. That was it. But some of the gossip papers were trying to make it seem like there was something romantic going on between Helen and the college dropout so soon after her divorce. But there wasn't any romance between them. He was young and good-looking, and so was Helen, so people were trying to make them an item. But the story quickly went away at the beginning of March, characterizing Helen simply as a young, rich fairy godmother to Philip, not his love interest. It was Thursday, March the 9th, that she and Mrs. Cannon returned home from Panama. They returned to Mrs. Cannon's home. The next time that Helen was in the news was the very next week on March the 16th. The report was about events from that Tuesday, which has started out like a pretty typical day for her. Not newsworthy at all. She was still at her friend's house. In the course of their uneventful day, Helen tripped over a rug in Mrs. Cannon's sitting room. She tried to get back on her feet before that trip turned into a fall, but she couldn't. And Helen falling down wasn't like the average person falling down. Under her wig, she had a silver plate holding her brain inside of her skull. Falling at the wrong angle could end it all for her. Well, she fell at the wrong angle. And I wonder, in those seconds that she was desperately trying to get back on her feet, did she think back to the fortune teller? Was the prediction correct after all? Indirectly, yes. Helen wasn't in a car when this final move would end her life, but it was the injuries from the car wreck that happened in Kalamazoo that caused her death. She was taken to the hospital after the fall, but there was no operation that could save her this time. The most that the staff could do was make her comfortable until she took her last breath. This moment had Helen's parents reliving their worst memory, when they had rushed to her side to hold her hands after the so-called fatal crash in Kalamazoo. Mr. and Mrs. Walton had been wintering in Florida, but they made it to her bedside to hold her hand just one last time, moments before she died. Imagine that, surviving the most devastating maritime disaster in history, an earthquake, and multiple car accidents, only to be taken out by a buckled rug. This time when the newspapers reported her death, they would finally be correct. Helen Walton Bishop was dead. But my oh my, there was something else that the papers reported. On the same day as Helen's death announcement, right beside her death announcement. And it was beyond ironic, especially if the stories about her secret wedding to Dick on the first anniversary of the death of his first wife were actually true. It was this. While Helen was dying, as she lay on her hospital bed with her parents holding her hand, Dick was holding the hand of another woman and slipping a wedding band on it. Yes, Dick was getting married to his third wife on the same day that Helen died. And I'm not exaggerating with the timing. Helen died only a few hours after Dick's wedding was over. It was happening again. Just how dead wife number 1 overshadowed Helen in the news articles about her wedding to Dick, now dearly departed Helen was overshadowing Dick's new bride. What's her name on her wedding day? The headlines seemed unreal. Bridal March and Requiem. Dickinson Bishop's divorced wife, who died yesterday, and his new bride of a day. Dies as divorced husband remarries. Helen Bishop dies, divorced hubby reweds. Helen Walton Bishop dies as former spouse speeds west on honeymoon trip to Honolulu. Just like with his first wife, it wasn't Dick's fault that now his second wife had died. Helen's trip and fall had nothing to do with him. He was all the way in Atlanta getting married to Sidney Boyce, a daughter of Chicago publisher and founder of the Boy Scouts of America, William D. Boyce, when Helen was breathing her last breath in Illinois. But the same way that people thought that Dickinson married Helen way too soon after his first wife died, now they wondered, with his third marriage taking place only 2 months after his divorce had been finalized, was he already carrying on a relationship with wife number 3 before he got divorced? Was that why he dropped Helen off at her parents' house and skipped town to go be with his other woman? It seemed logical because otherwise the case would have been that he met wife number 3 after the divorce and had, at the longest, a 2-month courtship before getting married. It was possible, but not probable. And for those who believed in the spiritual realm of fortunes, kismet, destiny, and karmic retribution, if the rumor about Helen and Dick getting married on the anniversary of his first wife's death were true, Helen got a big old serving of karma when the date of her death became her ex-husband's wedding day. And once again, his real wedding day would be on the death anniversary of his previous wife. Dick had to have been really fed up with his wives dying at the most inopportune times. Helen's funeral took place on Friday, March 24th, 1916, at St. John's Episcopal Church, and it was officiated by Reverend Frederick Patterson. If you have an excellent memory, you've recalled that this was the same church where, just 4 years prior, she and Dickinson got married, and the same reverend officiated that ceremony. This was also the same church where the funeral was held for the baby that Helen and Dickinson lost after their honeymoon. Same reverend as well. And I'm sure that many of the same people attended all 3 services. The wedding, the funeral, now another funeral. It must have been surreal for those in attendance. Not long ago, they sat in those very pews with their eyes fixed on a beaming bride with her whole life ahead of her. Then on that day, that same young lady, it was her cold and lifeless form, taking up that same space on that same altar. Some of their eyes might have been fixed on her, and surely others wouldn't be brave enough to look at her dead body. Dick went on to live his life, but he lived it in a different place, not the mansion that was built for his first wife. You see, his father-in-law never got over the fact that Dickinson moved his second wife into that house. Dickinson and his third wife started their married life in the mansion built for Mary Lee, but they didn't stay there long enough to get settled in. Dick's first father-in-law, Fred Lee, bought the house from Dick and converted it into a much-needed hospital for the small town of Dowagiac. He named it the Lee Memorial Hospital in memory of his daughter, and endowed it with a fund which was to provide for its perpetual maintenance. Though there is a hospital in town that still bears the Lee family name, the original Lee Memorial Hospital building was demolished in 1976. But the Rockery Mansion, the one that Fred Lee and his first wife built in the 1890s, still stands today as a historical landmark, and is not very far from the hospital. As for Dickinson and his third wife, his marriage to Sidney would be his last.
The couple went on to live a relatively long life together and made a family, having 2 sons and 1 daughter. Mrs. Sidney Bishop died on November 2nd, 1950, while visiting Fort Lauderdale for the winter. She had been sick for a whole year before she passed away at the age of 61. Dickinson lived until 1961, dying from a stroke on February 16th of that year. He lived to be 73 and wasn't remembered as the Stove King of Michigan, as he had been called in his younger days as an eligible bachelor, a title that was only given to him because he was basically handed over a company from his first father-in-law. He was memorialized instead as the president of the Marseille Land and Power Company. But his third father-in-law practically handed him the position at the power company too, so what can we say? The man knew how to pick a father-in-law. In addition to being remembered as the power company president, he was also remembered as a survivor of the Titanic disaster. After his death, his relatives said that Dickinson never talked about that night he was rescued from the Titanic. And we know that that's pretty common with a lot of the Titanic survivors. We've heard so many stories about the survivors who lived long lives and never spoke a word about the Titanic. But there was something else that Dickinson never mentioned for the rest of his life: the car wreck that led to Helen's death. Was it because she was the love of his life and the thought of that wreck was just too much to bear? Had he always been freaked out by the fortune teller's fortune and just didn't want to talk about any part of it? Did he feel guilty because he was the one who convinced her to go to that party in the first place? We'll never know why. Helen is gone and Dick is gone, and he took his thoughts with him. But hopefully, with this story and other stories recorded about them, their legacy won't be lost to time. Dorothy Gibson was also in a car accident that she didn't like to talk about, but she caused it, and it took a man's life. Dorothy Gibson was a fellow passenger of Dickinson and Helen Bishop in lifeboat number 7. She was also the star of the very first movie ever made about the Titanic, which was released in theaters only a month after the ship sank. Dorothy was also a self-centered, nasty piece of work and a total hot mess, and you can see her Titanic story here. I will also leave a link to it in the description box and in the pinned comment for this video. Only a couple of hours after lunch, the ladies of first class would have to change clothes yet again, this time for tea service. And of course that meant changing into their tea dresses. Charlie, hush. I am recording. Hush. My sources for this story are the Herald Republican Archives, 1893, 1894, 1895, and 1897. Detroit Free Press Archives, 1895, 1899, 1908, 1912, 1913, and 1916. The Herald Palladium Archives, 1900, 1912, and 2019. Dowagiac Time Archives, 1902. The Niles Daily Star Archives, 1908, 1910, 1911, 1912, 1914, and 1916. Niles Daily Sun Archives, 1910 and 1914. Bering Springs Era Archives, 1910. The Buffalo Commercial Archives, 1912. The Saginaw News Archives, 1912. Lansing State Journal Archives, 1912. Battle Creek Enquirer Archives, 1912 and 1913. Detroit Evening Times Archives, 1912 and 1914. The Morning News Archives, 1912. St. Joseph's Saturday Herald Archives, 1912 and 1916. Cassopolis Vigilant Archives, 1914 and 1917. St. Joseph Daily Press Archives, 1914. The Herald Press Archives, 1916. Chicago Tribune Archives, 1916 and 1961. Encyclopedia Titanica. The Courier Northerner Archives, 1916. Shadow of the Titanic by Andrew Wilson. The Times Archives, 1950. Titanic Children, Eyewitnesses to History, edited by Anthony Cunningham, and the Dowagiac Daily News Archives, 2021. The Evening World News Archives, 1907. The Morning Post Archives, 1907. The Chattanooga Star Archives, 1907. The New York Tribune Archives, 1910. The Buffalo News Archives, 1912. Newark Star Eagle Archives, 1912. The Wall Street Journal Archives, 1912 and 1913. The Sun Archives, 1913. The Sunday People Archives, 1998. The New York Times Archives, 1894. Jenny.com. Encyclopedia Titanica. The Baltimore Sun Archives, 1894, 1912, 1914, and 1916. The Philadelphia Inquirer Archives, 1896, 1925, 1934, 1944, 1946, 1950, and 1985. The Evening Journal Archives, 1896. The Evening Sun Archives, 1911, 1912, 1914, and 1916. The Frederick Post Archives, 1912. The Daily News Archives, 1912. The Democratic Messenger Archives, 1912. The Shreveport Journal Archives, 1914. Fall River Daily Evening News Archives, 1914. The Boston Globe Archives, 1915. The Washington Post Archives, 1915. Daily Local News Archives, 1915. The Kansas City Post Archives, 1915. Pittsburgh Post-Gazette Archives, 1915. The Cincinnati Enquirer Archives, 1915. Carbondale Daily News Archives, 1915. Evening Public Ledger Archives, 1916. Volo Museum, Illinois. Evening Ledger Public Archives, 1922. EncyclopediaTitanica.org. The Morning Call Archives, 1940. Titanic Children, Eyewitnesses to History, edited by Anthony Cunningham. And the Palm Beach Post Archives, 1940.